Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what stories and hidden magic. This video is still recorded and fully credited in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Petunia took Harry to Gringotts at the age 5th and the Goblins arrested Dumbledore for kidnapping the boy who lived? If you enjoy big magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1, The Strange Letter. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Not by owl, of course. The Dursleys' house at 4, Privet Drive had never seen an owl that wasn't roadkill, and Petunia Dursley intended to keep it that way. No, this letter came through the post like any other bill or catalogue, slid through the brass slot in the front door with a soft thump onto the welcome mat. It was the middle of July. The air inside number 4 was thick with the smell of bacon grease and furniture polish, that particular blend of Vernon's breakfast and Petunia's desperation to pretend they lived somewhere other than a cramped suburban box. Outside, the sun beat down on manicured lawns and identical driveways, and somewhere down the street, a dog barked the same 3 notes over and over. Petunia heard the letter fall. She wiped her hands on her apron, pale pink, frilly, purchased specifically because it matched the kitchen curtains, and walked to the front hall. There were 3 envelopes. The top 2 were bills. Blue ink, printed addresses, the kind of mundane paperwork that made Petunia feel comfortably ordinary. She set them aside without a second glance. The 3rd envelope stopped her breath. It was made of parchment. Actual parchment, thick and cream-colored, the sort of thing she'd only seen in museums or costume dramas. The paper felt strange between her fingers, warm, almost alive, like it had been held by someone only moments ago. On the front, written in emerald green ink that seemed to shimmer when she moved the envelope, were the words. Mrs. P. Dursley. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. No stamp. No postmark. Just those letters, looping and elegant, as if someone had dipped a feather, in ink and written them by candlelight. Petunia's throat tightened. She knew that handwriting. Not because she'd seen it before, she hadn't, not really, but because she recognized it. Recognized the way the letters curved, the slight flourish on the capital P, the precise spacing between words. It was magical handwriting. The kind her sister used to bring home from that awful school, scribbled on the corners of newspaper articles or the backs of sweet wrappers. Lily. Petunia's hand started shaking. She stood in the hallway for a long moment, holding the letter like it might bite her. The clock above the stairs ticked. Dudley's cartoons blared from the living room television. Somewhere upstairs, Harry was, well, she didn't know what Harry was doing, and she didn't particularly care as long as he stayed out of sight. Throw it away. The thought came sharp and immediate, the same voice that had told her to burn Lily's letters, to pretend that night in November 1981 had never happened, to keep her nephew hidden in the cupboard under the stairs and never, ever think about magic again. Throw it away. Burn it. Pretend it never came. But her fingers wouldn't cooperate. She turned the envelope over. A wax seal held it closed, not red wax, but deep gold, pressed with a symbol she didn't recognize. It looked like a vault door, or maybe an ancient coin. Around the edges of the seal, tiny words had been pressed into the wax, too small to read without a magnifying glass. Petunia Dursley was not a curious woman. Curiosity, she believed, led to inappropriate questions, and inappropriate questions led to magic, and magic led to death and destruction and her sister's smoking corpse in a destroyed house in Godric's Hollow. But Lily had been dead for 5 years. 5 years of pretending, 5 years of scrubbing the magic out of her nephew until he was nothing but bones and bruises and 2 large clothes, 5 years of waking up at 3 a.m. wondering if the boy in the cupboard would explode one day and take the whole house with him. What could they possibly want now? She broke the seal. The parchment inside was folded into thirds, heavier than it looked. The same emerald green ink sprawled across the page in elegant, formal script. To Mrs. Petunia Dursley. By order of the Goblin. Nation and the authority invested in Gringotts Wizarding Bank by the International Statute of Secrecy, you are hereby notified that certain assets and legal matters pertaining to the minor Harold James Potter have remained unresolved for a period of 5 years, 3 months, and 11 days. An audit of the Potter estate has revealed irregularities requiring immediate attention. Specifically, the testamentary trust established by James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, née Evans, has not been properly administered, and the minor's inheritance has remained untouched since the termination of his parents on October 31, 1981. As the minor's current legal guardian, you are required to present him at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley, London, on or before the 31st day of July instant, for a mandatory inheritance verification and bloodline audit. Failure to appear will result in automatic legal proceedings, including but not limited to, wardship review, magical intervention, and possible removal of the minor from your custody. Should you require assistance with transportation to the magical district, a representative will arrive at your residence at 9 o'clock in the forenoon on the appointed day. Simply sign the enclosed consent form and leave it upon your doorstep at sunset. We await your compliance. With all due respect. Ragnarok the Iron Hand. Senior Account Manager. Potter Estate Division. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Petunia read the letter 3 times. The words blurred and reformed, each pass more terrifying than the last. Audit. Irregularities. Bloodline audit. Removal of the minor from your custody. They wanted to take Harry. They wanted to take him. For 5 years, she had complained about the boy. Complained about his presence, his very existence, the constant reminder that she was the normal one, the one without magic, the one who married a good solid man and lived in a good solid house and had a good solid son who would never, ever turn out like that. She had resented. Every meal Harry ate, every inch of space he occupied, every breath he took that should have belonged to someone else. But he was hers. Well, not hers, exactly. She didn't love him. She had never loved him. But he was her responsibility, handed to her by that monster Dumbledore with his twinkling eyes and his smug old face, left on her doorstep like a parcel she'd never ordered. And for 5 years, she had fed him and clothed him, mostly, and kept him alive, mostly, and now these creatures thought they could just take him away. Petunia's face flushed red. Then white. Then she folded the letter, very carefully, and slid it back into its envelope, and walked to the kitchen, and dropped it into the bin beneath the sink. But the letter came again the next day. And the day after that. And the day after that. Each morning, the same parchment envelope. Same emerald ink. Same golden seal. Petunia burned the first one. Shredded the second. Doused the third in bleach, which did nothing except make the ink glow faintly in the dark. On the 4th day, the letter arrived in duplicate, one for her, and one for Vernon. Vernon Dursley was a large man with a large mustache and a very large temper. He worked at Grunnings, a drilling company that made drills, and he prided himself on being the most normal, unremarkable man in all of Surrey. His world ran on schedules and routines and the absolute certainty that everything outside his front door should stay exactly where it belonged. The letter did not belong. "What the devil is this?" he bellowed, holding the parchment between 2 thick fingers like it was a dead rat. "Petunia. Why have we received a letter from Goblins?" Petunia had been dreading this moment. She'd hoped to handle the situation quietly, to make the letters stop without involving her husband's blood pressure. But now here they were, standing in the kitchen at 7:15 a.m., and Vernon's face was already turning that particular shade of purple that usually preceded a shouting fit. "It's nothing," she said quickly. "A mistake. I'll throw it away. A mistake. Who sends letters by Goblin? Are we living in a bloody fairy tale?" Vernon snatched the envelope from her hand, the one addressed to her, the one she tried to hide behind her back, and tore it open. His eyes scanned the page, growing wider with each line. His mustache quivered. His breathing became labored. This says they want the boy, they want to take him to some bank. It's nonsense, Petunia insisted. Probably a prank. Those people, playing games. People. Vernon's voice rose to a shout. These are goblins, Petunia. Goblins. And they're threatening to remove him from our custody. His fist slammed down on the kitchen table. The teacups jumped. Dudley, who had been happily demolishing a bowl of sugar-coated cereal, looked up with wide eyes. Dudders, sweetheart, Petunia said, her voice strained, go watch your cartoons. Dudley didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed his bowl and waddled toward the living room, leaving his parents alone in the suddenly very small kitchen. Vernon paced. His dressing gown flapped around his ankles, revealing pale, hairy calves. This is their fault. Those freaks. They said he would be normal. They said if we took him in, none of this would happen. He waved the letter wildly. And now goblins are writing to us. Goblins. Maybe we should just. Petunia hesitated. The words felt dangerous, like speaking them would make them real. Maybe we should just go. Vernon stopped pacing. What? To this bank place. Diagon Alley. Just, go. See what they want. Make them go away. For a long moment, Vernon stared at her like she'd suggested they take up residence on the moon. Then his face contorted through several expressions, disbelief, rage, betrayal, before settling on something that looked almost like fear. You want to go into their world? I want them to leave us alone, Petunia said firmly. If we don't go, they said they'd remove him. Take him away. And if they take him away, what happens to us? What happens when the neighbors start asking questions? Where's the nephew? Why did the social worker stop visiting? We can't just, she lowered her voice. We can't just make him disappear, Vernon. As much as we'd like to. The last part hung in the air between them, ugly and honest. Vernon's jaw worked silently. He looked at the letter, then at the cupboard under the stairs, then back at the letter. Fine, he said finally, the word dragged out of him like a tooth. Fine. But you're taking him. I'm not setting foot in that den of freaks. And you're not going dressed like that. He gestured vaguely at her pink apron. If you're going to associate with goblins, at least look respectable about it. The consent form required Petunia's signature, which she gave with shaking hands on the evening of July 30th. She left it on the doorstep at sunset, as instructed, and tried not to think about what would happen next. At 9 o'clock the following morning, July 31st, Harry's 5th birthday, though no one in the house acknowledged it, a knock came at the front door. Petunia opened it to find a man who was not a man. He was short. Not dwarf short, but wrong short, with limbs that seemed too long for his torso and a face that belonged on a much larger body. His skin was grayish-brown, like old leather left in the sun, and his eyes were the color of molten gold, with pupils that slitted vertically like a cat's. He wore a dark suit. Properly tailored, she noticed despite herself. Expensive. A silver pin shaped like a tiny vault door gleamed on his lapel. Mrs. Dursley, the creature said. His voice was rough, like stones grinding together, but precise. Educated. I am Grip Hook. Gringotts has sent me to escort you and the minor Potter to our establishment. Petunia's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Harry, she said finally. His name is Harry. Griphook's. Golden eyes flickered with something she couldn't read. Of course. The minor Harold James Potter. Is he prepared to travel? Travel where? In what? Petunia glanced past Griphook, half expecting to see a carriage or a cart or some other magical nonsense. But the street was empty. The sun shone down on Privet Drive. Mrs. Number 7 was watering her petunias, her actual petunias, the flowers, not Petunia herself, and paying them no attention at all. "We will travel by the underground," Griphook said. "The Charing Cross branch. From there, a short walk to the Leaky Cauldron and the entrance to Diagon Alley. Standard procedure for mixed company requiring discretion." "The underground? Do you have a better suggestion, Mrs. Dursley?" She did not. Fetching Harry from the cupboard under the stairs was always an ordeal, but this time it felt different. Petunia unlocked the door. The bolt had been installed after Harry learned to open doors, a development Vernon had nipped in the bud with extreme prejudice, and pulled it open. The cupboard was small. Smaller than most people could imagine, unless they'd seen photographs of submarine bunks or prison cells. A thin mattress lay on the floor, covered by a single grey blanket. The walls were bare except for some scratches in the paint, Harry's age marks, though Petunia had never asked what he used to scratch them. And Harry himself sat in the corner, knees drawn to his chest, watching her with eyes that were far too old for a 5-year-old. He was small. Smaller than Dudley, anyway, though that wasn't saying much. His hair was black and messy, falling into his face no matter how many times she cut it. His glasses, free from the NHS, because she wasn't spending a penny of her own money on him, were held together with tape at the bridge. His clothes were Dudley's cast-offs, which meant they hung off his thin frame like circus tents. But his eyes. His eyes were Lily's eyes. Green, bright, alive in a way that made Petunia's stomach clench with something she refused to call guilt. "Get up," she said. "We're going out." Harry blinked. In 5 years, going out had never meant anything good for him. It usually meant being dragged to the supermarket and left in the car with the windows cracked, or being sent to the garden to weed while Dudley played, or being handed over to Mrs. Figg down the street for a day of stale biscuits and cat-scented furniture. But this time, Petunia's voice was different. Not sharp. Tense. "Where?" Harry asked. "Somewhere. Doesn't matter. Just come on. And don't touch anything." She grabbed his arm, harder than necessary, but softer than usual, and pulled him out of the cupboard. He stumbled, his oversized trainers flopping against the linoleum, and for a moment she almost felt sorry for him. Then she saw Griphook standing in the hallway, watching them with those unsettling golden eyes, and the moment passed. This is the boy," Petunia said, pushing Harry forward. Griphook studied Harry for a long moment. His nostrils flared slightly, as if he were smelling something. Then something shifted in his expression, something that looked almost like recognition. "He has the look of his father," the goblin said quietly. But the eyes of his mother. Harry had never heard anyone mention his parents before. Not like that. Not like they were real people. He stared up at the strange creature, his mouth hanging slightly open, and for the first time in his life, he felt something other than confusion or fear. He felt curious. "Who are you?" Harry asked. Griphook's lips curled into something that might have been a smile on a less disturbing face. "I am a messenger, young Potter. And today, I am taking you to the place where your true inheritance awaits." Petunia's grip on Harry's arm tightened. "There's no inheritance," she said sharply. "He's nothing. He's normal. He is the boy who lived," Griphook interrupted, and the title hung in the air like a prophecy. "And Gringotts will know his own." The journey to London was the strangest thing Harry had ever experienced. Stranger than the goblin, Griphook, he'd called himself, who walked beside them like he owned the pavement. Stranger than the way people on the street seemed to look away when they passed, their gazes sliding off Griphook like water off oil. Stranger than the underground, which Harry had never ridden before, and the way the other passengers stared at Griphook for just a moment before suddenly finding something fascinating to look at elsewhere. Harry sat between Petunia and Griphook on the train. Petunia was stiff and silent, her hands folded in her lap, her face set in an expression he recognized as "Don't you dare embarrass me." Griphook, by contrast, seemed perfectly at ease, reading a newspaper printed on thin, rustling paper that moved in the train's breeze. The newspaper had moving pictures. Harry watched, transfixed, as a photograph of a stern-faced woman in purple robes waved at him from the corner of the page. Then a headline caught his eye: BoyWhoLived still missing from Wizarding Society, but he didn't understand what it meant, and before he could ask, Griphook folded the paper and tucked it into his jacket. "We're nearly there," the goblin said. They emerged from the underground at Charing Cross. The streets were crowded, tourists, mostly, with their cameras and maps and sensible shoes. Petunia tugged Harry through the crowd, her hand clamped around his wrist, her heels clicking against the pavement like gunshots. Then they stopped in front of a dingy pub wedged between a bookshop and a record store. The sign read, "The Leaky Cauldron." "This is it?" Petunia asked, her voice dripping with disdain. "This is the famous entrance." "Appearances can be deceiving, Mrs. Dursley," Griphook said. He pushed open the door. The inside of the Leaky Cauldron was dark and smelled of old wood and something cooking that Harry couldn't identify. A few people sat at tables, nursing drinks, but when they saw Griphook, and, more importantly, when they saw Harry, they went very still. A man behind the bar, old, stooped, with cloudy eyes that suddenly went wide, dropped a glass. It shattered on the floor, but no one looked at the mess. "Merlin's beard," the old man whispered. Is that Harry Potter?" Harry didn't understand why everyone was staring at him. He looked down at his clothes, expecting to see something wrong, a stain, a tear, something to explain the sudden attention. But his shirt was clean. His trousers were only slightly too big. His trainers were still tied. "It can't be," someone at a nearby table breathed. "After all these years." "Come along," Griphook said, steering Harry toward the back of the pub. "We don't have time for reunions." They passed through a small courtyard and stopped in front of a brick wall. Griphook pulled out a slender wand. Goblins had wands. Harry thought, though he wasn't sure what a wand was exactly, and tapped the bricks in a specific sequence. The bricks began to move. They folded inward, sliding and twisting, creating an archway that opened onto a cobblestone street that should not have existed. It was hidden, tucked between two buildings, invisible from the outside. But on the inside, it stretched for what looked like miles, lined with shops and stalls and people. People in robes. People with strange hats. People carrying cages of animals Harry had never seen before, owls, mostly, but also things that glittered and slithered and hopped. And every single one of them, as Harry stepped through the archway, turned to look at him. The whispers started immediately. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Is that really him? He's so small. He looks just like James. No, look at the eyes, those are Lily's eyes." Harry pressed closer to Petunia, but Petunia wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the street with an expression of pure, undisguised horror, as if she'd just realized she'd walked into a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. "Diagon Alley," Griphook announced, gesturing grandly. "Welcome to the magical world, young Potter." The goblin led them down the cobblestone street, past shops with names like Flourish and Blots and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and Elop's Owl Emporium. Harry's head swiveled in every direction, trying to take in everything at once: the floating candles, the talking portraits, the cauldrons bubbling with colored smoke, the broomsticks that hovered in shop windows as if waiting for someone to ride them. It was overwhelming. Impossible. His 5-year-old brain couldn't process any of it, so it just absorbed. Stored the images away for later, when he would have time to understand what he'd seen. At the end of the street, a massive white building rose into the sky. It was taller than anything else in the alley, gleaming like snow in the morning light. Twisted marble columns flanked its entrance, and burnished bronze doors stood open, welcoming visitors inside. Above the doors, carved into the stone, were words in a language Harry didn't recognize. Gringotts. "Enter, stranger," but beware of what awaits you in the dark. Here we are, Griphook said. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Petunia stopped walking. Her face was pale, paler than Harry had ever seen it, and her hands were shaking. I can't, she said. I can't go in there. You can and you will, Mrs. Dursley, Griphook replied. You are the miner's legal guardian. Your presence is required. I'm not, Petunia's voice broke. I don't belong here. I've never belonged here. Lily was the one with the magic. I'm just. You are Harry Potter's aunt, Griphook said quietly. And for 5 years, you have been his keeper. Whatever your reasons, whatever your feelings, you have kept him alive. That counts for something in the eyes of the Goblin Nation. Petunia stared at him. For a moment, something passed over her face, something raw and complicated and utterly unlike the rigid woman Harry knew. Then she straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin, and walked through the bronze doors. Harry followed. The inside of Gringotts was cavernous. Marble floors gleamed under a high, vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadow. Long counters stretched along both walls, manned by goblins in black suits, each one hunched over ledgers or weighing coins on brass scales. The air smelled of old metal and dust and something else, something ancient, like the inside of a tomb. At the far end of the hall, a second set of doors gleamed silver, guarded by 2 goblins in polished armor. Ragnarok is expecting you, Griphook said, leading them toward a door off the main hall. Please wait here. He opened the door and gestured them inside. The room beyond was an office, smaller than Harry expected, but packed with books and scrolls and strange instruments that ticked and whirred. A large desk dominated the center of the room, and behind that desk sat the oldest goblin Harry had ever seen. Ragnarok the Iron Hand had skin like cracked leather and eyes that burned like coals. His fingers, long, knotted, tipped with claws that looked sharp enough to cut stone, were steepled in front of him. He wore no suit like Griphook, but rather a heavy chainmail vest that clinked softly when he moved. Mrs. Dursley, Ragnarok said. His voice was deep and slow, like rocks grinding at the bottom of a river. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. Petunia sat. Harry sat beside her. The chairs were tall and uncomfortable, designed for goblin proportions, but Harry was too small to notice. I will be direct, Ragnarok continued. The Potter estate has not been properly administered since the death of James and Lily Potter. Certain irregularities have come to light. As the miner's guardian, you are entitled to know what we have found. What have you found? Petunia asked. Her voice was steady, Harry noticed. Steady and cold. Ragnarok exchanged a glance with Griphook. Something passed between them, something that made Harry's stomach clench with sudden, inexplicable dread. We have found evidence, Ragnarok said slowly, that the guardianship documents for Harry Potter were forged. Petunia's face went white. Forged? By whom? By the same person who placed him in your custody, Ragnarok replied. Albus Dumbledore. The name meant nothing to Harry. But Petunia flinched like she'd been struck. That's not possible, she whispered. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts. He's the most powerful wizard in the world. He couldn't. He could, Ragnarok interrupted. And he did. We have the documents to prove it. The goblin reached into his desk and pulled out a thick file folder, bound in black leather. He opened it and spread several papers across the desk, papers that shimmered with the same emerald green ink as the letter, papers that seemed to move when Harry looked at them. These are the original guardianship papers, signed by Dumbledore himself, Ragnarok said. They state that Harry Potter was placed with his only living relatives, you and your husband, for his own protection. But these documents were never filed with the Ministry of Magic. They were never registered with the Goblin Nation. They were illegal. Petunia's hands gripped the arms of her chair. I don't understand. Are you saying Harry wasn't supposed to be with us? I'm saying, Ragnarok replied, that Harry Potter was kidnapped. The word landed like a bomb. Harry didn't understand what kidnapped meant. Not really. He knew he'd been left on the doorstep. Petunia had told him that, in moments of particular cruelty, usually when he'd done something to annoy her. She'd said his parents died in a car crash, and no one else wanted him, so he was stuck with them. But kidnapped? Kidnapped meant taken against your will. Kidnapped meant stolen. His parents' will, Ragnarok continued, pulling out another document, named a different guardian entirely. Someone who was not you. Mrs. Dursley. But that will was never executed. It was sealed by order of the Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore, and hidden in the Department of Mysteries. Petunia's mouth opened and closed. For once, she had nothing to say. There's more, Ragnarok said. We've run a preliminary magical scan on the minor, and the results are troubling. He snapped his fingers. A small crystal ball appeared on his desk, glowing with pale blue light. Within the ball, Harry could see himself. A version of himself, anyway, a shadowy figure surrounded by chains that bound his arms and legs, chains that pulsed with dark, sickly energy. What is that? Petunia breathed. Magical bindings, Ragnarok said grimly. Placed on Harry Potter when he was an infant. Bindings designed to suppress his magic, to limit his growth, to make him easier to control. They were not placed by his parents. They were placed by someone with intimate access to him, someone who wanted to keep him weak. The room went very quiet. Harry stared at the image in the crystal ball. At the chains. At the shadowy version of himself, struggling against bonds he hadn't even known existed. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt something hot and sharp and angry rising in his chest. I want him gone, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at him. What? Petunia asked. The man who put those on me, Harry said, pointing at the crystal ball. I want him gone. I don't know who he is, but he hurt me. He put chains on me. And I want him gone. Ragnarok studied Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, the old goblin smiled. It was not a nice smile. I think, Mrs. Dursley, Ragnarok said, that your nephew understands the situation better than most adults would. The bindings can be removed. The will can be executed. The truth can be brought to light. But it will require action. What kind of action? Petunia asked. The kind that ends with Albus Dumbledore answering for his crimes. Ragnarok slid a piece of parchment across the desk. On it, written in golden ink, was a single sentence. Authorization to pursue legal action against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore for kidnapping, magical suppression, and financial fraud. Sign here, Ragnarok said. Petunia picked up the quill, a real quill, feathered and dripping with ink, and held it over the parchment. Her hand trembled. She looked at Harry. At his too large clothes, his taped-together glasses, his thin arms and hollow cheeks. She thought of the cupboard under the stairs, the locks on the door, the way he flinched whenever Vernon raised his voice. She thought of the letter that had arrived 5 years ago, the one that had turned her into something she wasn't sure she wanted to be. Then she signed. And the magic in the room screamed. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Goblins' Discovery. The moment Petunia's signature dried on the parchment, actually dried, the golden ink sinking into the fibers like it had always belonged there, the crystal ball on Ragnarok's desk exploded. Not outward, toward them. The glass didn't shatter or spray. Instead, it imploded, collapsing into a pinpoint of white light that hovered in the air for 3 heartbeats before expanding into a holographic image large enough to fill the entire room. Harry gasped. Petunia screamed. Ragnarok did not flinch. The image showed a network, a vast, intricate web of lines and symbols that connected names and dates and places Harry didn't recognize. At the center of the web, written in letters of fire, was his own name, Harold James Potter. And wrapped around that name, like chains around a prisoner, were dozens of magical bonds. Some were small, thin threads of silver that pulsed gently, barely visible against the brightness of his name. Others were thick as ropes, black and oily, oozing something that looked like smoke. And at the very heart of the web, coiled around the H in Harold, was a serpent of pure gold, beautiful and terrible and wrong. The magical guardianship audit has begun, Ragnarok said, his voice resonant with ancient power. There is no stopping it now. The truth will out, whether Albus Dumbledore wills it or not. Griphook, who had been standing silently by the door, stepped forward. His golden eyes were fixed on the web, and for the first time since Harry had met him, the goblin looked genuinely unsettled. I've never seen bindings this extensive, Griphook murmured. Not on a child. Not on anyone. This is systematic. Explain it to me, Petunia demanded. Her voice was shrill, almost hysterical, but she was still sitting in her chair, still present, which was more than Harry had expected from her. Explain what I'm looking at. Ragnarok gestured at the web. Each of these threads represents a magical binding placed on Harry Potter. Bindings that suppress his magic, alter his thoughts, influence his emotions, and track his movements. Some were placed at birth. Others were added over the past 5 years, likely during his sleep. During his sleep? Petunia's face contorted. How? Who? Magic leaves traces, Griphook said. Especially when it's used on someone without their consent. The bindings are keyed to a specific magical signature, the signature of the wizard who cast them. He pointed at the golden serpent coiled around Harry's name. This is the master binding. The key that controls all the others. And its signature matches the one we found on the forged guardianship documents. Albus Dumbledore, Petunia whispered. Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok confirmed. The image shifted. The web dissolved, replaced by something that looked like a legal document, dense with text, decorated with official seals, signed at the bottom with a flourish of emerald ink. This is the last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, Ragnarok said. Executed on August 15, 1981, 2 months before their deaths. It names a specific guardian for their son, should they be killed. Who? Harry asked. The word came out stronger than he felt. His 5-year-old voice was small, but it carried through the room like a bell. Ragnarok looked at him. Really looked, not the dismissive glance adults usually gave children, but a deep, assessing gaze that weighed and measured and found something worth seeing. Sirius Orain Black, Ragnarok said. Your father's best friend. Your appointed godfather. Harry didn't know what a godfather was. The word conjured vague images from Dudley's bedtime stories, fairy tales about benefactors and guardians, people who swooped in to save orphans from wicked aunts and uncles. But Petunia knew. Her face went through a remarkable series of expressions, confusion, recognition, horror, and finally something that looked almost like guilt. Sirius Black, she repeated. The murderer. The one who killed all those muggles. He's in Azkaban. The Sirius Black currently imprisoned in Azkaban is there without trial, Griphook interjected sharply. He was arrested, yes. But no evidence was ever presented in open court. The case was sealed by order of the Chief Warlock, again, Albus Dumbledore, and Black was imprisoned indefinitely under emergency wartime provisions that should have expired years ago. Petunia's mouth hung open. You're saying he's innocent? We're saying we don't know, Ragnarok replied. What we do know is that the proper legal procedures were not followed. And that Dumbledore had everything to gain by keeping Harry Potter isolated and dependent. But why? Harry asked. The question burned in his chest, hotter than anything he'd ever felt. Why would he do this to me? The goblins exchanged another glance. That, Ragnarok said carefully, is a question with many answers. Some we know. Some we suspect. And some. He paused. Some are buried so deep that even we cannot see them. Yet. The next hour was a blur of parchment and ink and numbers that Harry couldn't follow. Ragnarok called in 3 more goblins, accountants. He called them, though they looked more like warriors in their chainmail and steel-tipped boots. They spread documents across every available surface, cross-referencing dates and names and transactions, building a case that grew thicker with every passing minute. Petunia sat in her chair, silent and pale, answering questions when asked. She admitted that Dumbledore had left Harry on their doorstep with nothing but a letter, no instructions, no resources, no magical oversight. She admitted that she had never received any money for Harry's care, despite Dumbledore's letter implying that all would be taken care of. She admitted that she had never questioned any of it. "I didn't want to," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't want anything to do with that world. Lily chose it, and it killed her. I thought if I kept him away from it, kept him normal, he'd be safe." "But you didn't keep him safe," Griphook said. "It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact. You kept him hungry. You kept him in a cupboard. You let your husband strike him and your son torment him. The magical bindings may have suppressed his abilities, but they couldn't suppress the evidence of your treatment. The goblins have eyes everywhere, Mrs. Dursley. We know what happens behind closed doors." Petunia flinched like she'd been slapped. Harry watched her. He didn't feel sorry for her, not really. But he didn't feel angry, either. He just felt tired. Tired of being afraid. Tired of being hungry. Tired of existing in a space so small that he couldn't stand up straight without hitting his head. "The bindings," Harry said suddenly. "Can you take them off?" Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. "Yes. But not here. The removal process is invasive. It requires a controlled environment and a full diagnostic ritual. We have a facility in the lower vault specifically designed for such procedures." "When?" "Now, if you wish. But I should warn you," Ragnarok's voice dropped. "The removal will hurt. The bindings have been part of you for 5 years. They have woven themselves into your magic, your emotions, even your memories. Cutting them loose will feel like losing a piece of yourself." Harry thought about the chains he'd seen in the crystal ball. The shadowy version of himself, struggling against bonds he hadn't even known existed. "I don't care," he said. "Take them off." The lower vaults of Gringotts were nothing like the upper levels. The marble floors and bronze doors of the public bank gave way to rough-hewn stone and iron gates. The air grew colder as they descended, damper, thick with the smell of earth and ancient magic. Torches lined the walls, but their flames burned blue instead of orange, casting everything in a ghostly light that made shadows move where no shadows should be. Griphook led the way, his short legs moving quickly over the uneven stone. Harry followed, with Petunia behind him, her heels clicking against the rock in a rhythm that sounded like a heartbeat. Ragnarok brought up the rear, his chainmail clinking softly with every step. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. His voice echoed off the walls, bouncing back at him from multiple directions. "The ritual chamber," Griphook replied. "It's one of the oldest parts of the bank, built before the Romans came to this island, before the first wizards raised their wands. The goblins who built it understood magic in ways that humans have forgotten." "How old is old?" Petunia asked. She sounded like she regretted the question immediately. 3,000 years. Perhaps more. We don't keep track anymore. 3,000 years. Harry couldn't imagine that much time. He couldn't imagine 300 years. The number was too big, too abstract, like trying to count the stars in the sky. They reached a door made of solid iron, covered in carvings that seemed to writhe when Harry looked at them. Griphook pressed his palm against the center of the door. And the carvings moved, flowing outward like water, revealing a keyhole that hadn't been there a moment before. He pulled a key from his jacket, not a normal key, but a small, skeletal thing made of black iron, and inserted it into the lock. The door swung open. Inside, the ritual chamber was circular, maybe 30 feet across. The floor was carved with concentric rings, each one covered in runes that glowed with a soft amber light. In the center of the chamber, a stone altar stood waist-high, its surface smooth and dark, like obsidian. And standing around the altar, waiting for them, were 7 goblins in crimson robes. "These are the ritual masters," Ragnarok said, gesturing to the robed figures. "They have performed diagnostic rituals for the goblin nation for centuries. They are impartial, experienced, and bound by oaths that predate human law. Whatever they discover about Harry Potter, they will keep confidential, unless it pertains to criminal activity, in which case they are required to report it to the appropriate authorities." The lead ritual master stepped forward. She was female. Harry hadn't known goblins had females, or at least hadn't thought about it, with silver hair braided down her back and eyes the color of honey. "Harold James Potter," she said. Her voice was musical, completely unlike the gravelly tones of Ragnarok and Griphook. "I am Mistress Sharpnail. Please, remove your shoes and stand on the center rune." Harry looked at Petunia. She nodded stiffly. He toed off his oversized trainers. They were Dudley's old ones, scuffed and worn, with a hole in the left toe where his foot had finally broken through, and walked to the center of the chamber. The stone was cold against his bare feet. The rune beneath him, a complex spiral of lines and dots, flared with light the moment he touched it, turning from amber to brilliant gold. "The diagnostic ritual will last approximately 15 minutes, Mistress Sharpnail said. You may feel warmth, cold, pressure, or tingling. This is normal. If you feel pain, tell me immediately. Do not attempt to leave the center rune. Do not touch the altar. Do not speak unless spoken to." Harry nodded. The 7 ritual masters raised their hands. Crimson robes rustled. And then they began to sing. It wasn't singing, not really. The sounds they made were too deep, too resonant, too old for music. The notes vibrated in Harry's chest, in his teeth, in the marrow of his bones. The runes on the floor began to spin, rotating around him like the hands of a clock, faster and faster until they blurred into a solid ring of light. And then Harry saw himself. Not the shadowy version from the crystal ball, a real version, projected above the altar like a 3-dimensional map. Every detail was there, his messy black hair, his too pale skin, his thin arms and visible ribs. But beneath the surface was chaos. The bindings Ragnarok had shown him in the office were nothing compared to what the diagnostic ritual revealed. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They wrapped around his bones, his organs, his veins. They coiled through his brain like worms, pulsing with dark energy. They had burrowed into his very soul, attaching themselves to the core of his magic like parasites. "Oh my God," Petunia whispered. "What have they done to him?" Mistress Sharpnail's honey-colored eyes widened. She exchanged a look with Ragnarok, a look that spoke of horror and rage and something else, something that looked almost like fear. "These bindings," she said, her musical voice gone flat, "were not all placed at once. They were layered over time. Some are 5 years old. Others are more recent, weeks, days, hours." "Hours?" Ragnarok stepped forward, his chainmail clinking. "Someone placed bindings on this child hours ago. The trace is faint, but unmistakable. The magical signature is the same. Dumbledore's signature." Harry felt sick. Someone had been doing things to him in his sleep, things he hadn't known about, things he couldn't have stopped, and they were still doing them. Even now, even while he stood in this ancient chamber surrounded by goblins, the bindings were active, pulsing with energy, leeching something out of him that he couldn't name. The master binding is the largest, Mistress Sharpnail continued, pointing at the golden serpent coiled around the projection of Harry's heart. It connects to all the others and serves as their power source. If we remove it, the rest will collapse. Then remove it, Harry said. His voice shook, but he didn't care. Take it out. Mistress Sharpnail looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok looked at Griphook. Griphook looked at the floor. There's a problem, the ritual master said reluctantly. The master binding is connected to something else. Something outside this chamber. We can't see what, the connection is shielded, but if we break the binding, the source will know. Instantly. Dumbledore will know we've removed his control, Ragnarok translated. And he will react. Let him, Harry said fiercely. I don't care. Petunia surprised everyone by stepping forward. If Dumbledore finds out, what will he do? Come here. Attack Gringotts? He is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Ragnarok said grimly. The chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The headmaster of Hogwarts. He has more political power than anyone in magical Britain, perhaps in all of magical Europe. He cannot attack Gringotts directly, the bank's protections are too strong. But he can make our lives very difficult. He can freeze our assets, challenge our charters, call for investigations. He can destroy us, if he's patient enough. Then why are you helping me? Harry asked. The question had been building in him since the first letter arrived. Why take the risk? Ragnarok smiled again, that terrible, sharp-toothed smile that was nothing like a human expression. Because we are goblins, he said. And goblins do not forget. We do not forgive. And we do not, ever allow wizards to steal from us. Steal? How did Dumbledore steal from you? The bindings on your magic were not just designed to suppress you. They were designed to redirect your magical output. The energy your body produces, the raw, untamed power of your core, has been siphoned away for 5 years. Drained out of you and sent, somewhere. Ragnarok gestured at the projection. The golden serpent pulsed, and Harry could see it now, a thin thread of silver light flowing out of his heart, through the serpent's mouth, and into a darkness beyond the projection's edge. We don't know where that energy goes. But we know it's been stolen from the Potter estate. Stolen from you. And goblins do not tolerate theft. The room fell silent. Harry stared at the silver thread. At the darkness it disappeared into. At the part of himself that had been taken, piece by piece, night after night, without his knowledge or consent. How much, he asked. How much of my magic has he taken? Mistress Sharpnail consulted a floating display of numbers and symbols. Approximately 73% of your natural magical output over the past 5 years. At current rates, you would be completely drained within another 2 years. After that. She hesitated. After that, the bindings would begin consuming your life force. Your memories. Your emotions. Eventually, your very soul. Leaving an empty shell, Griphook added quietly. A boy who looked like Harry Potter but had nothing left inside. Controllable. Obedient. Empty. Petunia made a sound, a small, strangled noise that might have been a sob or might have been a scream. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide and fixed on the projection. I didn't know, she said, the words muffled by her fingers. I swear to God, I didn't know. I thought I was keeping him safe. You kept him alive, Ragnarok said. It was the same thing he'd said earlier, but this time. It sounded less like a compliment and more like an accusation. Can we stop it? Harry asked. His voice was steady now. Steady and cold, like the stone beneath his feet. Can you break the bindings and stop the drain? We can, Mistress Sharpnail said. But as I warned, the source will know. And once the bindings are broken, there will be a backlash, a burst of magical energy that will be detectable across Britain. Anyone with the right equipment will be able to trace it back to Gringotts. Back to you. How long do we have before Dumbledore arrives? Ragnarok considered. If he's in Hogwarts, and we believe he is, it would take him at least an hour to reach London. Apparition is restricted near the bank, and the Flu network is monitored. He would have to travel by more conventional means. Then we have an hour. Do it. Mistress Sharpnail looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok looked at Harry. You are 5 years old, the old goblin said. You should not have to make decisions like this. I'm 5 years old, Harry replied, and someone has been stealing my magic since I was a baby. I don't care about politics. I don't care about the consequences. I want it to stop. Ragnarok nodded slowly. Then he turned to the ritual masters. Prepare the unbinding. The unbinding ritual was nothing like the diagnostic. Where the diagnostic had been musical, vibrations and harmonies and resonant tones, the unbinding was violent. The ritual masters didn't sing, they chanted, low and guttural, their voices rising and falling in a rhythm that made Harry's bones ache. The runes on the floor reversed direction, spinning counterclockwise, and the golden light turned to blood red. Harry stood on the center rune, arms at his sides, trying not to shake. The unbinding will target the master binding first, Mistress Sharpnail explained from the edge of the circle. Once that is broken, the others will collapse in sequence. The pain will be significant. Do you understand? I understand. Do you consent? I consent. The ritual masters raised their hands. Crimson energy gathered in their palms, crackling like lightning, and Harry realized with sudden clarity that there was no going back. Whatever happened next, whatever Dumbledore did, whatever Petunia did, whatever the magical world thought of him, he was about to become someone different. The bindings had been part of him for as long as he could remember. He didn't know who he was without them. He was about to find out. Now Mistress Sharpnail commanded. The crimson energy struck. Harry screamed. Not because of the pain, though there was pain, more pain than he had ever imagined, pain that turned his bones to glass and his veins to fire. He screamed because he could feel the bindings leaving him. Ripping away from his soul like bandages torn from a wound, taking pieces of him with them, leaving raw and bleeding spaces where the magic had been. The golden serpent around his heart convulsed. It tightened, squeezing, trying to hold on, and then it snapped, breaking into 1,000 golden threads that dissolved into smoke. And the world exploded. The backlash hit Harry like a physical force. The energy that had been draining out of him for 5 years, 73% of his magical output, stolen night after night, came back. All at once. A tidal wave of power that slammed into his core and overflowed, spilling out of him in every direction. The ritual masters were thrown back against the walls. Mistress Sharpnail shouted something in gobbledygook, raising shields that cracked and splintered under the force of Harry's released magic. Petunia screamed, a real scream this time, high and terrified, and fell to the ground, covering her head with her arms. Ragnarok stood his ground. The old goblin planted his feet and absorbed the wave, his chainmail glowing white-hot, his eyes burning like stars. And Harry. Harry rose. His feet lifted off the stone floor. The runes beneath him shattered. The altar cracked down the middle. Raw magic poured out of him in torrents of silver and gold, lighting up the chamber like the inside of a sun. He saw things in that moment. Flashes of memory that weren't his own, images of a woman with red hair and a man with messy black hair, of a cottage in a village called Godric's Hollow, of a night of green light and a woman's scream. He saw a dark-haired man laughing in a mirror, a rat with a missing toe, a castle made of stone and secrets. He saw Dumbledore. The old man stood in a circular room, surrounded by silver instruments, his face calm and benevolent. But as Harry watched, the calm cracked. Dumbledore's eyes went wide. His hand went to his chest, clutching at something hidden beneath his robes. And he whispered, "What have you done?" Then the vision ended, and Harry collapsed. He woke on the floor of the ritual chamber, wrapped in someone's robe, shivering uncontrollably. Petunia was beside him, kneeling on the cold stone, her pale pink dress stained with dust and her hair falling out of its careful bun. She was crying. Silent tears streamed down her face, cutting tracks through the grime. "Harry," she said. "Harry, can you hear me?" He tried to speak. Nothing came out. The backlash overloaded his vocal cords temporarily, Mistress Sharpnail said. She was standing over them, looking exhausted but satisfied. "He'll recover in a few hours. The bindings are gone. All of them. All of them." Ragnar's voice came from somewhere to Harry's left. "Including the connection to the source. Severed completely. Dumbledore will have felt it. He'll know something has happened, something major. But he won't know what, not yet. The shield we placed around the chamber held long enough to scramble the location." Ragnar knelt beside Harry. The old goblin's face was unreadable, but his eyes, his burning coal eyes, were softer than Harry had ever seen them. "You did well, young Potter," he said quietly. "Better than most adults would have done. The bindings are gone. Your magic is returning. And Dumbledore's control over you is broken." Harry tried to smile. He wasn't sure if he succeeded. "There's something else," Mistress Sharpnail said. "Something we discovered during the unbinding. The master binding wasn't just siphoning Harry's magic. It was also blocking something. A natural ability that should have manifested years ago." "What kind of ability?" Ragnar asked. The ritual master hesitated. Then she touched Harry's forehead, right over the lightning bolt scar, and the world went silver. Harry saw it. A connection, thin as a spider's thread, stretching from his scar to somewhere far away. Somewhere dark. At the other end of the thread, he felt, not a person, exactly. A fragment. A splinter of something that had once been whole. "A soul shard," Mistress Sharpnail whispered. "Hidden inside his scar. Bound to the master binding." Dumbledore wasn't just stealing Harry's magic. He was feeding it to something. Using it to sustain that. Harry stared at the thread. At the darkness at its end. At the thing that had been living inside him, feeding on him, growing stronger while he grew weaker. "What is it?" he asked. His voice came out as a croak, barely audible. Mistress Sharpnail looked at Ragnar. Ragnar looked at the floor. "We don't know," the old goblin admitted. "But we're going to find out." It was another hour before Harry could stand. The ritual masters helped him to a small room off the main chamber, a recovery room, they called it, with beds and blankets and cups of something warm that tasted like cinnamon and honey. Petunia sat in a chair by the door, still crying silently, still watching him with an expression he couldn't read. Griphook brought news. "Dumbledore has left Hogwarts," the goblin reported. "Our sources indicate he's heading for London. He'll be at the ministry within the hour, demanding answers." "Let him demand," Ragnar said. He was pacing the room, his chainmail clinking with every step. "We have what we need. The diagnostic results. The unbinding records. The evidence of the soul fragment. The forged guardianship documents. The will that named Sirius Black as guardian. The financial audits showing the stolen magic." He stopped pacing and turned to Harry. "You asked why we're helping you," Ragnar said. "The answer is simple, because Albus Dumbledore has broken more laws than we can count. He has violated treaties between goblins and wizards that have stood for 1,000 years. He has committed crimes against a child who is, by blood and by right, one of the most important figures in magical Britain." Ragnar knelt again, bringing his face level with Harry's. What happens next will be difficult. There will be trials. Investigations. Political battles. People will try to hurt you, Harry Potter. People will try to use you. People will lie about you and manipulate you and do everything in their power to maintain the status quo. He reached out and took Harry's hand, his clawed, ancient hand, warm and rough and surprisingly gentle. But you will not face it alone. Gringotts stands with you. The Goblin Nation stands with you. And when the truth comes out, when the world learns what Dumbledore did, they will stand with you too. Harry looked down at their joined hands. At the goblin's claws wrapped around his small, pale fingers. Can you really arrest him? He asked. Dumbledore? The most powerful wizard in the world? Ragnar smiled. Oh, young Potter. We're not going to arrest him. Harry blinked. You're not. Arrest is for criminals we intend to try. What we have planned for Albus Dumbledore is something much worse. The old goblin released Harry's hand and stood. We're going to destroy him. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Secrets Beneath the Bloodline. The recovery room had no windows, but Harry knew night had fallen. Outside. He could feel it in his bones, or maybe that was just the lingering ache from the unbinding, the hollow sensation where the bindings used to be. His magic was returning slowly, filling the empty spaces like water seeping into cracked earth, and every new drop brought a fresh wave of exhaustion. Petunia had stopped crying. She sat in her chair by the door, upright and rigid, her hands folded in her lap. Her pink dress was ruined, dust and tears and something dark that looked like soot, but she didn't seem to notice. She was staring at Harry with an intensity that made him want to crawl under the blanket and hide. You look like her, Petunia said suddenly. Lily. You have her eyes, but the rest is all James. You look more like him every day. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd never seen pictures of his parents. He didn't know what they looked like, except for the flashes he'd seen during the backlash, the woman with red hair, the man with messy black hair. Their faces were already fading from his memory, dissolving like morning frost. I never hated her, you know. Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. Lily. I was jealous of her. Envious. She got to be special, and I got to be ordinary. And then she died, and I got stuck with you, and I thought if I could make you ordinary too, then maybe it would all balance out. Maybe I could pretend she'd never left. Did it work? Harry asked. Petunia's laugh was bitter and sharp. No. It never worked. You were never ordinary, Harry. Even with the bindings, even with the cupboard, even with everything Vernon and I did to squash the magic out of you, you were never ordinary. You couldn't be. She stood up and walked to his bed. For a terrible moment, Harry thought she was going to hit him. She had that look, the tight jaw, the clenched fists, the way her nostrils flared when she was working up to something violent. But she didn't hit him. She sat on the edge of his bed and took his hand. I'm sorry, she said. The words came out broken, scraped raw, like she was pulling them out of a part of herself she'd locked away years ago. I'm sorry for the cupboard. I'm sorry for the hunger. I'm sorry for the way Dudley treated you, and the way Vernon screamed at you, and the way I let them do it because I was too much of a coward to stop them. Harry stared at her. I'm sorry for pretending you didn't exist, Petunia continued. Tears were streaming down her face again, but she didn't wipe them away. I'm sorry for telling you your parents died in a car crash. I'm sorry for making you feel like you were nothing. You were never nothing, Harry. You were never nothing. Her grip on his hand tightened. And I'm sorry it took goblins and magic and the threat of losing you for me to finally say it. Harry didn't forgive her. The word was too big, too complicated, too heavy for a 5-year-old to carry. But he didn't pull his hand away, either. I want to know about my parents, he said. The truth. Not the car crash story. Petunia nodded slowly. The truth. Right. The truth is. She took a deep breath. The truth is, I don't know much. Lily didn't tell me anything after she went to that school. She tried, at first, sent me letters, told me about her classes and her friends. But I threw them away. I didn't want to hear about magic. I didn't want to hear about her. So you don't know who killed them? I know it was a dark wizard. Someone called you know who. Voldemort. She flinched at the name, the same way people flinched when they saw Griphook on the underground. The wizarding world was terrified of him. He was trying to take over, and Lily and James were part of the resistance. They were heroes, Harry. That's what Dumbledore said when he left you on our doorstep. He said your parents died as heroes, and that you were the reason Voldemort fell. I was the reason. You survived something no one else survived. A curse. The killing curse. Petunia's voice dropped to a whisper. Dumbledore said it was the most powerful dark magic in existence, and you survived it. That's why they call you the boy who lived. Harry touched his scar. The lightning bolt shape felt different now, warmer, somehow, like the skin was healing from the inside. The soul shard, Mistress Sharpnail had called it. A fragment of something dark, hidden inside him, feeding on his magic. Did Dumbledore know? He asked. About the thing in my scar. Petunia's face went pale. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Everything I thought I knew, everything Dumbledore told me, it's all falling apart. The door opened before Harry could respond. Griphook stood in the doorway, his golden eyes gleaming in the torchlight. His suit was rumpled, his tie loosened, and there was a smear of something dark on his collar that might have been ink or might have been blood. You need to see this, the goblin said. Both of you. The chamber they entered was larger than any Harry had seen so far, a vast, circular room with a domed ceiling that showed the night sky, stars twinkling impossibly above them. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, each one packed with leather-bound books, rolled parchment, and objects that glowed with their own inner light. In the center of the room stood a pedestal made of black stone. On the pedestal rested a book, not a normal book, but something ancient and terrible, its cover made of what looked like scales. This is the Vault of Records, Ragnarok said. He was standing by the pedestal, his arms crossed, his expression grim. Every significant magical event in British history is recorded here. Births. Deaths. Marriages. Magical contracts. Inheritance claims. Bloodline declarations. Everyone? Petunia asked. Everyone that matters. Some are recorded automatically by the magic of the land. Others are added by goblin scribes when significant events occur. The book on the pedestal, the Liber Sanguinis, or Book of Blood, is the most important of all. It records the lineage of every magical family in Britain. Ragnarok gestured, and the book opened. Pages flipped on their own, faster than Harry could follow, until they stopped at a spread covered in golden text. At the top of the left page, written in letters that burned like fire, was his name, Harold James Potter. Below his name, written in smaller script, was a list of ancestors stretching back generations. Potters married to Peverils, Peverils married to Blacks, Blacks married to Flammels. Harry didn't recognize any of the names, but the sheer weight of them pressed down on him like a physical force. The Potter family is ancient, Ragnarok said. Not as old as some, the Blacks, the Malfoys, the Gaunts, but old enough. They have always been a respected line, known for their magical innovation and their willingness to stand against darkness. He pointed at a section of the text that was glowing brighter than the rest. But what we discovered tonight, what the unbinding ritual revealed, goes beyond the Potter line. What do you mean? Petunia asked. Ragnarok touched the page, and the text changed. The names rearranged themselves, new connections appearing, old connections breaking. Harry watched, transfixed, as his family tree expanded beyond the Potters, beyond the Peverils, beyond anything he'd seen before. James Potter was a pure-blood, Ragnox said. Lily Potter was Muggle-born. But the magic of the Book of Blood doesn't care about blood purity. It cares about power. And Lily Evans. He paused. Lily Evans carried something in her bloodline that hasn't been seen in Britain for 300 years. What? Old magic. Ancient magic. The kind that comes from the land itself, not from wands or incantations. Lily was a natural, a witch whose magic was tied to the earth, to the seasons, to the cycles of birth and death and rebirth. That's why she was so powerful. That's why Voldemort wanted her. Harry's heart was pounding. What does that mean for me? Ragnox looked at him, really looked, the way he had in the office, weighing and measuring and finding something worth seeing. It means you have the potential to be more powerful than any wizard in a generation. The Potter magic combined with the Evans ancient magic, the bindings weren't just suppressing you, Harry. They were preventing you. Preventing you from accessing the full scope of your inheritance. Preventing you from becoming what you were meant to be. And Dumbledore knew this? We believe so. We believe he knew about Lily's bloodline, knew about the ancient magic, and took steps to ensure you could never access it. A child with that much power, uncontrolled and unguided, would be a threat to his plans. What plans? Ragnox's jaw tightened. That's what we're trying to determine. But the evidence we've found so far suggests a pattern of manipulation and control that extends far beyond Harry Potter. The next discovery came from a different book, a thick volume bound in white leather, with silver clasps that hissed when Griphook opened them. The testamentary records, the goblin explained. Every magical will ever filed with Gringotts. Most are simple: leave my gold to my children, leave my house to my spouse, leave my magical artifacts to the family. But some. He flipped through pages. Some are more complicated. He stopped at a page marked with a red ribbon. The text was written in two different hands, one elegant and flowing, the other cramped and hurried, as if the writer had been afraid of running out of time. The will of James and Lily Potter, Griphook said. Executed August 15, 1981. Filed with Gringotts on August 16, 1981. Sealed by order of Albus Dumbledore on November 1, 1981, the day after their deaths. The text was blurry, obscured by a dark haze that seemed to move across the page like smoke. But as Griphook passed his hand over the parchment, the haze lifted, revealing words that made Petunia gasp. We, James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be our last will and testament. Asterisk to our son, Harold James Potter, we leave the entirety of the Potter estate, including all gold, properties, investments, and magical artifacts, to be held in trust until his 17th birthday, at which time he shall assume full control. Should he die before reaching his majority, the estate shall pass to his closest living blood relative, asterisk. Asterisk to our son's godfather, Sirius Orion Black, we grant full legal guardianship of Harold James Potter, should we die before our son reaches his majority. Sirius shall have the authority to raise Harry, to manage his finances, and to make all decisions regarding his welfare until Harry's 17th birthday, asterisk. To Remus John Lupin, we leave a monthly stipend of 100 galleons, to be paid from the Potter estate for the remainder of his natural life, as thanks for his friendship and loyalty. Asterisk to Peter Pettigrew, we leave our gratitude and our trust. We know you will protect our family as you would protect your own, asterisk. Asterisk to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, we leave nothing but our suspicion. You have asked too many questions about our son, and we do not trust the answers you seek, asterisk. The last line hit the room like a thunderclap. Lily didn't trust him, Harry whispered. My mother didn't trust Dumbledore. She knew something, Ragnox said. Something about his interest in you. Something that made her and James write a will specifically designed to keep you away from him. But Dumbledore found out about the will, Griphook added. He had it sealed before it could be executed. Then he placed you with the Dursleys, the one place Sirius Black would never think to look for you, and began his campaign of control. Why? Harry asked. The question was burning in him now, hotter than the unbinding, hotter than the backlash. Why? Does Dumbledore care so much about me? Ragnarok closed the will and turned to face Harry fully. That, young Potter, is the question we are going to answer. And I believe the answer lies in another book entirely, one that hasn't been opened in 300 years. The Vault of Records had a basement. Harry hadn't noticed the door at first. It was hidden behind a tapestry depicting goblins and wizards signing a treaty, woven in threads that shifted and moved like live snakes. But Ragnarok knew where to press, and the stone wall swung open to reveal a spiral staircase descending into darkness. The lower archives, Griphook said, lighting a torch with a snap of his fingers. This is where we keep the records that no one is supposed to see. The dangerous records. The forbidden records. The ones that could topple governments and end bloodlines. What kind of records? Petunia asked. She was staying close to Harry now, her hand hovering near his shoulder like she was afraid someone would snatch him away. Prophecies, mostly. Prophecies that were never meant to be fulfilled. Prophecies that were buried because the truth was too terrible to face. They descended for what felt like hours. The staircase wound around and around, the walls pressing close, the air growing thick and heavy. Harry's legs ached, and his head throbbed from the lingering effects of the unbinding, but he kept moving. He had to know. At the bottom of the stairs, a single door waited. It was made of bone. Not animal bone, human bone, polished to a high shine, arranged in patterns that hurt to look at. The door had no handle, no keyhole, no visible way to open it. But as Harry approached, the bones began to move, shifting and rearranging until they formed a single word. Harry. How does it know my name? He asked. The door is keyed to blood, Ragnarok said. Specifically, the blood of those who are mentioned in the records within. It has been waiting for you for a long time, Harry Potter. Harry reached out and touched the door. The bones sang. He couldn't describe it any other way. The sound was ancient and beautiful and terrible, a melody that resonated in his chest and his throat and his teeth. The door swung open, and beyond it was a room no bigger than his cupboard under the stairs, with a single pedestal in the center and a single object on the pedestal. A crystal sphere. The sphere was cloudy at first, opaque, impenetrable, like looking into a frozen lake. But as Harry stepped closer, the clouds began to swirl, forming shapes and images and words. And a voice echoed through the room, a voice Harry had never heard before, but somehow knew as well as his own. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. The words hung in the air, shimmering with golden light. Harry felt them sink into his skin, into his bones, into the very core of his being. This was a prophecy. A real prophecy, recorded by magic itself, sealed away for safekeeping. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. Harry's breath caught. The seventh month. July. His birthday was July 31st. He had just turned 5. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. His scar throbbed. The soul shard, still hidden inside him despite the unbinding, pulsed with dark energy. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Either must die at the hand of the other, he was destined to kill Voldemort, or Voldemort was destined to kill him. There was no other option. Asterisk, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. Asterisk. The golden light faded. The crystal sphere went dark. And Harry stood in the tiny room, trembling, with the weight of prophecy pressing down on his 5-year-old shoulders. Now you understand, Ragnarok said quietly. Now you understand why Dumbledore wanted to control you. You are not just the boy who lived. You are the child of prophecy. The only one who can defeat the Dark Lord. And Dumbledore wanted to shape you into a weapon he could aim. Harry turned to face the goblin. His hands were shaking. His heart was racing. But his voice, when he spoke, was steady. He wanted to use me. Worse, Ragnarok replied. He wanted to break you. Break your spirit, suppress your magic, isolate you from anyone who might help you. And then, when you were weak enough and desperate enough, he wanted to mold you into the perfect soldier. A boy who would do anything, anything, to earn the approval of the great Albus Dumbledore. Petunia made a sound, a small, wounded noise that might have been a sob or might have been a scream. But the bindings, she said. The stolen magic. The soul shard. Did Dumbledore know about all of it? Ragnarok nodded slowly. We believe so. The timing of the bindings, the way they were layered over time, suggests a long-term strategy. Dumbledore wasn't just suppressing Harry's magic. He was feeding it to something. Something dark. Something that needed power to survive. The soul shard, Harry said. The thing in my scar. Is it Voldemort? We don't know yet. But we intend to find out. Ragnarok gestured, and the crystal sphere rose from its pedestal and floated toward Harry. It was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been, almost hot, and Harry could feel the prophecy vibrating inside it, waiting to be heard again. Take this, Ragnarok said. Guard it. The prophecy is yours by right, and no one, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not the Dark Lord himself, can take it from you without your consent. Harry cradled the sphere in his hands. It was smaller than he'd expected, no bigger than a snitch, the golden ball Dudley had once stolen from a younger child and thrown at Harry's head. But it was heavier. So much heavier. What do I do now? He asked. Ragnarok smiled, that sharp, dangerous smile that made Harry's stomach flip. Now, young Potter, we go to war. They emerged from the lower archives to find Gringotts in chaos. Goblins ran through the halls, their voices raised in alarm. Papers flew through the air like startled birds. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm was ringing, a deep, resonant tone that vibrated through the stone floor and up through Harry's bones. What's happening? Petunia demanded. Griphook grabbed a passing goblin by the arm. The younger goblin, his face pale beneath its grayish-brown skin, spoke rapidly in gobbledygook, his words tumbling over each other in his haste. Griphook's expression darkened. Dumbledore has arrived, he said. He's at the main entrance, demanding entry. He has Ministry officials with him, half the Wizengamot, by the sound of it. They're threatening to break down the doors if we don't hand over Harry Potter. Hand me over. Harry clutched the prophecy sphere tighter. Why would they want to hand me over? Because Dumbledore has convinced them that we're the threat, Ragnarok said grimly. That we've kidnapped you, that we're holding you against your will, that we're the ones who placed the bindings on your magic. He's turning the situation around, making himself the victim and us the villains. But we have evidence, Petunia said. The will. The diagnostic results. The prophecy. We can prove. Evidence doesn't matter if no one is willing to listen, Ragnarok interrupted. Dumbledore has spent decades building his reputation. He is the kindly grandfather of the wizarding world, the wise old man who always knows best. People trust him. People believe him. Then what do we do? Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then he turned to Harry and knelt, bringing his face level with the boys. Harry Potter, listen to me carefully. In a few minutes, I am going to walk out there and face Dumbledore. I am going to tell him, and the Ministry officials, everything we have discovered. The bindings. The will. The stolen magic. The soul shard. The prophecy. I am going to present them with evidence so overwhelming that even Dumbledore cannot deny it. And if they don't believe you, then Gringotts will invoke the ancient treaty of 1289, which grants us the right to hold any individual, wizard or otherwise, for up to 72 hours while we verify claims of magical crimes against our clients. Dumbledore can demand all he wants, but he cannot enter this bank without our permission. And we will not give him permission. Harry looked down at the prophecy sphere in his hands. At the swirling clouds inside. At the weight of his own future, pressing down on him like a mountain. Can I come with you? He asked. When you face Dumbledore? Ragnarok's eyes widened. You want to face him? Face the man who bound your magic and stole your childhood. I want to look him in the eye, Harry said. I want him to see me. The real me. Not the broken boy he tried to create. The old goblin studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile this time, warm and proud and fierce. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry Potter. He stood and offered his hand. Come. Let's go meet your destiny. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The Arrest Warrant. The main hall of Gringotts had never seen anything like it. 37 goblins in full battle armor lined the walls, not the polished ceremonial armor of the public guards, but the scarred, dented plate of warriors who had seen combat. Their hands rested on weapons that glowed with ancient runes, swords, axes, maces, and things Harry had no name for, things that looked like they belonged in nightmares rather than a bank. Behind the teller's counters, a second line of goblins worked furiously, sealing documents and packing ledgers into iron-bound chests. The bank was preparing for siege. Harry could feel it in the air, that particular tension that comes before a storm, when the sky goes green and the wind stops blowing and every animal on earth goes silent. And at the bronze doors, framed by the morning light streaming in from Diagon Alley, stood Albus Dumbledore. He was taller than Harry expected. Everything Harry had heard about Dumbledore, from Petunia's fearful whispers, from the goblins' accusations, from the prophecy and the will and the diagnostic results, had painted a picture of an old man. Frail. Benign. The kind of grandfather who gave you lemon drops and patted your head. But the man at the door was not frail. He stood with the posture of a general, his purple robes untouched by the dust of travel, his silver beard flowing down to his waist. His half-moon spectacles gleamed in the torchlight, and his eyes, those famous blue eyes, the ones everyone described as twinkling, were hard as diamonds. Behind him, a crowd of ministry officials jostled for position. Harry recognized none of them, but the goblins whispered names that carried across the silent hall, Bones. Diggory. Shacklebolt. Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, a portly man with a lime-green bowler hat and a face the color of overripe cheese, was trying to push his way to the front, but Dumbledore's presence seemed to freeze him in place. Ragnarok. Dumbledore's voice carried across the hall without effort, warm and resonant and utterly controlled. I trust you have an explanation for this, misunderstanding. Ragnarok stood in the center of the hall, flanked by Grip Hook and 6 armed guards. His chainmail gleamed, and his claws, the ones Harry had thought were just long fingernails, had extended into talons that clicked against his staff. Misunderstanding? The old goblin's voice was cold. Is that what you call kidnapping, Albus? Is that what you call magical suppression? Theft? Fraud? I call it protection. Dumbledore stepped through the bronze doors, just one step, but it was enough to make the goblin guards tense. Harry Potter is the most important child in the wizarding world. I placed him with his aunt for his own safety. I placed bindings on his magic to prevent accidental outbursts that could have revealed his location. Everything I did to keep him alive. You placed bindings on a baby. Temporary bindings. Harmless. They were meant to dissolve naturally as he grew older. They did not dissolve. They multiplied. We found bindings placed on Harry Potter as recently as last week. For just a fraction of a second, Dumbledore's composure cracked. His left hand twitched, a tiny movement, barely visible, and something flickered across his face. Surprise? Fear? Anger? Then the mask was back in place. I would need to see your evidence before I could comment on that, Dumbledore said smoothly. You understand, of course, that goblin diagnostic rituals are not always accurate. There have been incidents in the past. Mistakes. Overreactions. There have been no mistakes. Ragnarok gestured, and a goblin scribe stepped forward with a stack of parchment. We have the complete diagnostic results from the unbinding ritual. We have the original will of James and Lily Potter, sealed illegally by your order. We have the prophecy recorded in the lower archives, the one you thought no one would ever find. The crowd behind Dumbledore murmured. The name, prophecy, rippled through them like wine through wheat, and Harry saw more than a few faces go pale. Prophecy. Minister Fudge pushed past Dumbledore's shoulder, his bowler hat askew. What prophecy? There's no prophecy about Harry Potter. The Department of Mysteries has. The Department of Mysteries has a prophecy, Ragnarok interrupted. One that has been sealed for 15 years. But the original, the one recorded by the magic of this land, the one that cannot be tampered with or hidden, is here. In Gringotts. Where it has always been. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Ragnarok, I must ask you to reconsider your approach. The boy is frightened. He has been through an ordeal. Forcing him into the middle of a political conflict is not in his best interest. The boy is here, Ragnarok said. And he has asked to speak. Every head in the hall turned toward the shadows at the back of the room. Harry stepped forward. He had never been looked at by so many people at once. The sensation was overwhelming, hundreds of eyes, fixed on him, weighing him, judging him. He felt like an insect pinned to a board, wriggling and exposed. His legs wanted to shake. His stomach wanted to empty itself onto the marble floor. His hands, still clutching the prophecy sphere, were slick with sweat. But he kept walking. Petunia walked beside him, her hand on his shoulder. She had changed out of her ruined pink dress into a grey robe that Griphook had provided, plain, practical, nothing like the frilly things she wore in Surrey. Without her armor of pastels and pearls, she looked smaller. More human. More like Lily, Harry thought, and the comparison made his chest ache. They stopped 10 feet from Dumbledore. Close enough to see the lines on his face, the silver threads in his beard, the way his eyes tracked Harry's every movement. Hello, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. I have wanted to meet you for a very long time. Harry stared at him. In his mind, he had imagined this moment a dozen times since the goblins had told him the truth. He had imagined screaming at Dumbledore, throwing things at him, demanding answers. He had imagined crying, begging, breaking down. He had imagined running away, hiding, refusing to look at the man who had stolen his childhood. But now, standing here in the great hall of Gringotts with the weight of prophecy in his hands, Harry felt nothing. Not anger. Not fear. Not sadness. Just, nothing. You put chains on me, Harry said. His voice was small, he was 5 years old, and his voice was always small, but in the silence of the hall, it carried like a shout. You put chains on me when I was a baby. You made me weak. You made me hungry. You made me sleep in a cupboard. Dumbledore's expression softened. Harry, I understand why you're upset. The goblins have told you many things, things that must be very confusing for a boy your age. But I promise you, I have always had your best interests at heart. My mother didn't trust you. The words hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. His hands, which had been clasped behind his back, dropped to his sides. His eyes, those diamond-hard eyes, went wide. She wrote it in her will, Harry continued. She said you asked too many questions about me, and she didn't trust the answers you were looking for. That's why they made Sirius Black my guardian. That's why they didn't want you anywhere near me. Harry. They're dead now. And you put me in a cupboard, and you stole my magic, and you let a piece of him live inside my scar. Harry touched his forehead, where the lightning bolt throbbed with sudden heat. You knew, didn't you? You knew about the soul shard. You knew Voldemort was inside me. The name echoed through the hall like a gunshot. Several Ministry officials flinched. Minister Fudge made a choking sound. And Dumbledore, for the first time since Harry had laid eyes on him, looked genuinely afraid. How do you know about the soul shard? The old wizard asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Because the goblins found it. During the unbinding. They saw the connection between my scar and, somewhere else. Somewhere dark. They said you were feeding my magic to it. Keeping it alive. Keeping him alive. The accusation hung in the air, toxic and undeniable. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Harry, he said finally, I cannot deny that I made mistakes. Mistakes that, in hindsight, I deeply regret. But I need you to understand, everything I did to protect you. The soul shard, yes, I knew about it. I suspected it from the moment you survived the killing curse. And I bound your magic to contain it, to keep it from growing, to give myself time to find a way to remove it safely. You bound my magic, Harry said slowly, to protect me? Yes. You stole my magic, fed it to the soul shard, to protect me? Dumbledore hesitated. The redirection was necessary. The soul shard required sustenance. If I hadn't fed it your excess magic, it would have fed on something else. Your memories. Your emotions. Your soul. So you chose to sacrifice my magic instead of my soul. Yes. Harry considered this. And the cupboard? The hunger? The way my aunt and uncle treated me? Was that necessary too? Dumbledore's face crumpled. I did not know. Asterisk you didn't know, asterisk, Petunia's voice cut through the hall like a blade. You left him on my doorstep with a letter and a promise that everything would be taken care of. You never checked on him. You never sent anyone to see how he was doing. You never asked if he was safe. I had informants. Asterisk Mrs. Fig asterisk. Petunia laughed, a bitter, broken sound. Mrs. Fig, who let him sit in her house full of cats and never once asked why he was so thin. Mrs. Fig, who reported back to you that everything was fine. You didn't know because you didn't want to know. You wanted him broken. You wanted him desperate. You wanted him to need you so badly that he would never question anything you did. The hall erupted. Ministry officials shouted over each other, their voices rising in a cacophony of accusation and denial. Fudge was trying to say something, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos. Goblins shouted in gobbledygook, their weapons raised. Somewhere in the back of the crowd, someone was crying. And through it all, Dumbledore stood frozen, his face ashen, his hands trembling. Ragnarok, the old wizard said finally, I am willing to submit to an inquiry. A full investigation, with independent witnesses, conducted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. If I have done wrong, if I have truly hurt this child, then I will accept the consequences. Ragnarok smiled. That terrible, sharp-toothed smile that never reached his eyes. An inquiry is not enough, Albus. The crimes we have uncovered require something more. What, then? Ragnarok pulled a scroll from his belt, long and thick, sealed with a dozen different wax emblems. He held it up for the hall to see, and the gold lettering on the front caught the torchlight, blazing like fire. This, Ragnarok said, is a warrant for your arrest. The hall went silent. Signed by the Goblin High Council, by the International Confederation of Wizards, and by the magical bloodlines of the Potter, Black, and Peverell families. You are charged with kidnapping, magical suppression, financial fraud, obstruction of justice, tampering with a legal will, illegal placement of magical bindings on a minor, and conspiracy to commit treason against the Goblin nation. Dumbledore stared at the warrant. Treason, he whispered. You fed the soul of a Dark Lord using magic stolen from a child. Magic that, by treaty, belongs to the Goblin nation as much as it belongs to the wizards. You violated the Treaty of 1289 in 17 separate ways. That is treason, Albus. And the penalty for treason, as you well know, is death. The next hour was chaos. Ministry officials scattered like leaves in a wind. Some ran for the doors, desperate to escape the implications of what they had just witnessed. Others gathered around Dumbledore, forming a protective ring, their wands drawn against the goblin guards. But no one attacked. No one dared. Because the goblins had something none of the wizards had expected, legal authority. The warrant Ragnarok held was real. The signatures on it were real. The accusations, however extraordinary, were backed by evidence that could be verified and tested. And Dumbledore, the great Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, had nowhere to run. I demand a trial, the old man said, his voice steady despite the tremor. In his hands. I have the right to face my accusers, to examine the evidence, to mount a defense. Of course, Ragnarok replied. We are not barbarians. You will have your trial. It will be fair. It will be public. And it will be held here, in Gringotts, under Goblin jurisdiction, as specified in the Treaty of 1289. The Ministry will never agree to that. The Ministry has no choice. The treaty is international law. Violating it would mean war with the Goblin nation, a war the Ministry cannot win, especially not while the Dark Lord's followers are still at large. Fudge stepped forward, his face slick with sweat. Now, let's not be hasty. I'm sure we can come to some arrangement, some compromise. There is no compromise, Minister. Ragnarok's voice was iron. Albus Dumbledore will be taken into custody immediately. He will be held in the Gringotts detention facility, designed specifically for magical prisoners, with protections that even he cannot break. And he will stand trial within 30 days, as required by law. And if he refuses? Dumbledore answered before Ragnarok could. I will not refuse. The old wizard's shoulders slumped. For the first time, he looked his age, truly old, truly tired, truly broken. I have made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. If the goblins believe those mistakes constitute crimes, then I will face judgment. Albus, no. A witch in emerald robes pushed through the crowd, tall, severe, with iron-gray hair and a face like carved stone. You can't let them do this. The boy is clearly confused. The goblins have manipulated him. Madam Bones. Dumbledore held up a hand. Please. This has gone far enough. He turned to Ragnarok and extended his wrists. I surrender. The goblins took Dumbledore away. Not in chains, Ragnarok had enough respect for the old wizard's dignity to avoid that, but surrounded by armed guards, his wand confiscated, his robes searched for hidden artifacts. They led him through a door at the back of the hall. Down a corridor that Harry hadn't noticed before, and into the depths of Gringotts. The detention facility, Griphook explained quietly, was located somewhere beneath the lower vaults, in a section of the bank that hadn't been visited by a wizard in 300 years. It had been designed to hold magical criminals who had violated Goblin law, beings so dangerous that even Azkaban couldn't contain them. Harry watched Dumbledore disappear through the door. He thought he would feel something. Relief, maybe. Or triumph. Or the warm glow of justice served. But all he felt was tired. Petunia found him an hour later, sitting on a bench in an empty corridor, staring at the prophecy sphere. The goblins want to talk to you, she said, sitting down beside him. Something about the inheritance audit. More forms to sign. I don't understand any of this, Harry admitted. The wills and the treaties and the prophecies. I'm only 5. I shouldn't have to think about any of this. No, Petunia agreed. You shouldn't. She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her grey robe and pulled out something small and silver, a locket, Harry saw, tarnished with age, the chain tangled and broken. This was Lily's, Petunia said. She gave it to me the night she left for Hogwarts. I was 13. She was 11. I was so jealous of her that I could barely look at her, and she gave me this locket and told me she'd miss me. Harry took the locket. It was warm from Petunia's pocket, and when he held it, he could feel something humming inside, a faint vibration, like a heartbeat. She would have loved you, Petunia whispered. Lily. She would have loved you so much. Harry opened the locket. Inside was a photograph, not a magical one, just a plain, ordinary Muggle photograph. 2 girls stood in a garden, arms around each other, laughing at something off camera. The older girl had mousy brown hair and a long, horsey face. The younger had red hair that blazed like fire and eyes that were exactly the same shade of green as Harry's. Lily. His mother. Harry traced the outline of her face with his finger. She looked happy. Carefree. Like she didn't have a care in the world beyond which flower to pick next. I want to see more, he said. Pictures of them. My mum and dad. I want to know who they were. Petunia nodded. The Goblins said there are albums in the Potter vault. Family photos. Letters. Journals. Everything your parents left behind. Can we go there? To the vault? Soon. The Goblins want to wait until the morning. They say you need rest, the unbinding took a lot out of you. Harry closed the locket and held it against his chest. Petunia. Yes. Thank you. For bringing me here. Petunia's eyes filled with tears. She opened her mouth, to say something, probably, though Harry couldn't guess what, but before she could speak, Griphook appeared at the end of the corridor. The minister is asking for you, the goblin said. He wants to discuss your living arrangements. There's been a development. The development was Dudley. Apparently, while Petunia was dealing with goblins and prophecies and the arrest of the most powerful wizard in the world, Vernon Dursley had been at home in Surrey, watching the news and growing increasingly agitated. And when the evening news had reported a disturbance in central London, involving costumed individuals and possible terrorist activity, Vernon had done the one thing Petunia had specifically told him not to do. He had called the police. Now, a squad of Surrey constables was surrounding 4, Privet Drive, and Vernon was refusing to let them inside until they explained what the bloody hell was going on. The ministry is handling it, Minister Fudge said, mopping his forehead with a handkerchief. Obliviators are on the scene. The Muggles will remember a gas leak, something about unusual vapors causing hallucinations. Your husband will be fine. A bit confused, perhaps. But fine. My husband, Petunia said through gritted teeth, is an idiot. Be that as it may, Mrs. Dursley, the bigger issue is Harry's living situation. With Dumbledore in custody, the temporary guardianship arrangements are complicated. What do you mean, complicated? I mean that according to the will of James and Lily Potter, legal guardianship belongs to Sirius Black, who is currently in Azkaban for crimes he may or may not have committed. Until Black's status is resolved, someone else needs to be responsible for Harry. And you want that someone to be me? Fudge shifted uncomfortably. Well, you have been his guardian for the past 5 years, however, informally. And the Goblins have indicated they would support a temporary extension of that arrangement, provided certain conditions are met. What conditions? Regular check-ins with a Medawizard. No more cupboards. Adequate food and clothing. Access to magical tutors, if Harry wishes to learn about his heritage. And, Fudge glanced at the goblin standing behind him. A blood adoption ceremony, to formalize the familial bond. Petunia blinked. Blood adoption? I'm not a witch. I can't. The ceremony doesn't require magic from the adopter, Ragnarok interjected. Only from the child. Harry's magic would recognize you as family, as true family, not just a reluctant caretaker. The bond would protect him. And you. Why would I need protection? Because there are people in the magical world who would kill to get their hands on Harry Potter. With Dumbledore gone, those people will start moving. The blood adoption would tie you to Harry's magical core, anyone trying to hurt you would have to go through his magic first. Petunia was silent for a long moment. Then she turned to Harry. What do you want? She asked. Harry looked at her, at this woman who had kept him in a cupboard, who had let her husband hit him, who had called him a freak and a burden and a waste of space. But also at this woman who had brought him to Gringotts, who had signed the warrant for Dumbledore's arrest, who had sat by his bed in the recovery room and apologized. I don't forgive you, Harry said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Petunia nodded, her face pale. But I don't want to go back to Surrey, Harry continued. Not the way things were. If you can change, if you can be different, then maybe we can try. Petunia knelt beside him. Her hands were shaking, and her eyes were red, and her hair was falling out of its careful bun in messy strands. I will spend the rest of my life trying to be different, she said. If you'll let me. Harry looked at the locket in his hands. At the photograph of Lily and Petunia, laughing in a garden, arms around each other. Okay, he said. We'll try. The blood adoption ceremony took place at midnight, in the same ritual chamber where the bindings had been removed. Harry stood on the center rune, his bare feet cold against the stone. Petunia stood beside him, her hand in his. The 7 ritual masters in their crimson robes circled them, chanting in that same ancient language, their voices rising and falling like waves. Mistress Sharpnail stepped forward with a silver knife. A drop of blood from the child, she said. And a drop from the guardian. Harry held out his hand. The knife was cold against his palm, and the cut was quick, just a pinprick, barely painful. A single drop of blood welled up and fell onto the rune at his feet. Petunia did the same. Her face was pale, but her hand was steady. The blood drops touched the rune and exploded into light. Harry felt it, the bond snapping into place like a lock clicking shut. He could feel Petunia now, her emotions swirling at the edge of his consciousness, fear and hope and guilt and something that felt almost like love, buried so deep she might not even know it was there. And Petunia felt him. She gasped, her eyes going wide, and for the first time in 5 years, she looked at Harry not as a burden or a freak or a reminder of everything she'd lost, but as family. It's done, Mistress Sharpnail said. The bond is sealed. Harold James Potter and Petunia Dursley are now bound by blood and magic. What affects one will affect the other. What harms one will be answered by the other. Petunia pulled Harry into a hug. It was awkward and stiff and nothing like the hugs Harry had seen mothers give their children on television. But it was warm. And it was real. And for the first time in his life, Harry didn't feel completely alone. Later that night, or early that morning, depending on how you measure time, Harry lay in a real bed, in a real room, in a guest suite somewhere deep inside Gringotts. The sheets were soft. The pillows smelled like lavender. The ceiling above him was enchanted to show the stars, and they wheeled slowly across the darkness, indifferent to the drama unfolding below. Petunia had fallen asleep in a chair by the window, her head tilted back, her mouth slightly open. She snored softly, a little whistling sound that should have been annoying but was somehow comforting. Harry held the locket against his chest. He thought about Dumbledore, locked in a cell somewhere beneath his feet. He thought about the prophecy, about the destiny that awaited him, to kill or be killed, to fight a dark wizard who had already died once and somehow survived. He thought about Sirius Black, his godfather, locked away in Azkaban for a crime he might not have committed. And he thought about his parents. James and Lily. Heroes who had died to save him, who had written a will specifically designed to keep him away from the man who had eventually controlled him anyway. "I'll find out the truth," Harry whispered to the photograph in the locket. "All of it. I'll find out who you were, and who I am, and why all of this happened." The stars spun overhead. Somewhere beneath the earth, Albus Dumbledore sat alone in a cell, his hands empty, his wand gone, his reputation crumbling. And in a guest suite at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a 5-year-old boy with a lightning bolt scar finally closed his eyes and slept without nightmares for the first time in his life. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Shockwaves across Britain. The morning of August 1st dawned grey and cold over London, as if the sky itself had caught the mood of the wizarding world. Harry woke to the unfamiliar sensation of sunlight on his face, real sunlight, filtered through an enchanted window that showed the streets of Diagon Alley far below. For a moment, he didn't remember where he was. The soft sheets, the lavender pillow, the absence of spiders crawling across his face in the dark, none of it made sense. Then the memories crashed back. The letter. The goblins. The bindings. Dumbledore's arrest. The blood adoption. Petunia. He turned his head. She was still in the chair by the window, but she was awake now, staring out at the alley with an expression he couldn't read. Her grey robe was rumpled, and there were dark circles under her eyes, but she looked calmer. Less like a wire stretched to breaking. "Good morning," she said, not turning around. "Morning. One of the goblins brought breakfast. It's on the table." Harry looked. A tray sat on the small table by his bed, loaded with food he didn't recognize, porridge with honey, fresh fruit, something that looked like a pastry but glowed faintly blue. His stomach growled. He couldn't remember the last time he'd woken up to food that wasn't Dudley's leftovers. He ate quickly, trying not to think about how good it tasted. The blue pastry was sweet and warm, and the fruit, some kind of purple berry he'd never seen before, burst in his mouth like sugar. "Griphook came by while you were sleeping," Petunia said. "He brought newspapers. You should probably look at them." She gestured to the corner of the room, where a stack of papers lay piled on a chest of drawers. The top one was moving. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and walked over. The newspaper was called the Daily Prophet. The front page was dominated by a photograph of Dumbledore, not the Dumbledore Harry had met in the Great Hall, but a younger version, smiling and waving at a crowd. The photograph was moving, looping every few seconds. Dumbledore waved, the crowd cheered, Dumbledore waved again. And above the photograph, in letters so large they seemed to shout, was the headline. "Albus Dumbledore arrested for kidnapping the boy BoyWhoLived." Harry's stomach dropped. He picked up the paper. The pages were thick and rustled strangely, and the ink smelled like something chemical, or magical, he supposed, though he wasn't sure there was a difference. The article beneath the headline went on for what looked like miles. By Rita Skeeter. In a stunning development that has sent shockwaves through the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was arrested yesterday evening on charges of kidnapping, magical suppression, and financial fraud. The arrest was carried out by Goblin authorities at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, following an investigation into the affairs of Harold James Potter, the 5-year-old boy who lived. According to sources inside Gringotts, Dumbledore is accused of illegally removing Harry Potter from magical custody after the death of his parents, James and Lily Potter, on October 31, 1981. The beloved headmaster allegedly placed the infant with hostile Muggle relatives, suppressed his magical abilities with illegal bindings, and siphoned the child's magical energy for his own purposes. The charges, which include 17 counts of violating the Treaty of 1289 between wizards and goblins, carry a potential penalty of death. This is the biggest scandal to hit the wizarding world since the fall of you-know-who, said one anonymous ministry official. If even half of what the goblins claim is true, Dumbledore is finished. His reputation, his positions, his legacy, all of it, gone. Dumbledore is currently being held in a secure facility beneath Gringotts, pending a trial scheduled to begin within 30 days. He has not yet released a statement. The boy who lived, meanwhile, remains at Gringotts with his aunt, Petunia Dursley, who has reportedly agreed to a blood adoption ceremony formalizing her guardianship. More on this developing story on page 3. Harry read the article twice. Some of the words didn't make sense, *Wisingamot*, mugwump, allegedly, but he understood enough. Everyone knew. Everyone in the magical world knew what Dumbledore had done to him. He should have felt relieved. Or vindicated. Or something other than the hollow numbness that had taken up residence in his chest. Instead, he picked up the next newspaper. This one was called The Quibbler. Its front page was a riot of color, orange and purple and something that shifted between green and yellow depending on how Harry held it. The headline was even larger than the prophets. Dumbledore exposed, the truth about the boy BoyWhoLived. For years, we at the Quibbler have questioned the official narrative surrounding the fall of you-know-who and the fate of Harry Potter. For years, we have been ridiculed, dismissed, and laughed at by the so-called respectable press. Today, we have our answer. Albus Dumbledore, the man who positioned himself as the savior of the wizarding world, the wise old grandfather who could do no wrong, has been unmasked as a manipulator, a thief, and a kidnapper. But the questions raised by his arrest go far beyond one man's crimes. How did Dumbledore maintain his grip on power for so long? Who else knew about the illegal bindings placed on Harry Potter? And what does this mean for the future of magical Britain? We intend to find out. Read our exclusive investigation on page 2. Harry set the Quibbler down and picked up the third paper. This one was called the Wizarding Gazette, and its front page was more restrained, no moving photographs, no screaming headlines, just dense text and a small sketch of Dumbledore's face. Goblin Nation declares victory in legal battle over Potter Estate. In an unprecedented legal ruling, the Goblin High Council has asserted jurisdiction over the case of Harold James Potter, citing the ancient Treaty of 1289 and several subsequent amendments. The decision, which effectively removes the British Ministry of Magic from any direct role in the proceedings, has been met with outrage from traditionalist factions within the Wisingamot, who argue that Goblin courts have no authority over wizard citizens. This is a dark day for magical Britain, said Lucius Malfoy, a prominent member of the Wisingamot and outspoken critic of Goblin judicial power. Foreign creatures dictating terms to wizards in our own land. It's an outrage. It's an insult to everything we've built. However, supporters of the Goblin action point to Dumbledore's long history of manipulating wizarding institutions to his own ends. The Goblins are the only ones who can be trusted to handle this impartially, said Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The ministry has proven itself incapable of investigating its own. If we want justice for Harry Potter, real justice, it has to come from outside our system. The trial is expected to begin within the month. All eyes are on Gringotts. Everyone's talking about you, Petunia said as Harry finished the last article. The whole magical world. They're arguing about whether Dumbledore is guilty, whether the Goblins have the right to try him, whether you should be returned to the Muggle world or raised here. I don't want to go back, Harry said quickly. I know. Neither do I. Petunia's voice was strange, not cold, not sharp, just honest. I don't know what's going to happen next, Harry. I don't know if I can give you the life you deserve. But I know I don't want to go back to Surrey. Not to the way things were. Then don't. It's not that simple. The ministry wants to send us back, did you read that part? They want to return us to the Muggle world while the trial happens. They say it's for our protection. Protection from what? Petunia didn't answer. She just handed him another newspaper, one he hadn't seen yet, smaller than the others, printed on cheap grey paper. The headline was simple. Death Eaters rise, the boy must pay. Harry's blood went cold. Asterisk in the wake of Albus Dumbledore's arrest, dark forces long thought dormant have begun to stir. Sources within the Ministry of Magic confirm that several known Death Eaters, followers of the late you-know-who, have been seen in public for the first time in years, asterisk. Asterisk, they're coming out of hiding, said Mad-Eye Moody, a retired Auror and vocal critic of Dumbledore's leadership. They smell blood in the water. Dumbledore kept them in check for 15 years, and now that he's gone, they think they can take back what they lost. Asterisk. And their primary target, according to intelligence gathered by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, is Harry Potter. Asterisk, the Death Eaters have never accepted the boy who lived's victory over their master, said an anonymous ministry source. They believe that killing Harry Potter would restore you-know-who to power, or at least prove that his death was a fluke. With Dumbledore in chains, they see an opportunity. Asterisk. Asterisk, the ministry has issued a security alert for all known associates of Harry Potter. Citizens are advised to report any suspicious activity immediately, asterisk. The boy who lived, meanwhile, remains at Gringotts, one of the most secure locations in the wizarding world. For now. There are people who want to kill you, Petunia said bluntly. Not because of anything you've done. Because of who you are. Because of what you represent. Harry thought about the prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other, he had always known, on some level, that Voldemort would come for him eventually. But he hadn't thought about the others, the followers, the believers, the ones who wanted to finish what their master had started. Can the goblins protect me? They think so. But they're not invincible. And the trial is going to draw attention, the wrong kind of attention. People will be watching Gringotts. Looking for weaknesses. Then we should leave. Leave? Leave where? Harry didn't know. He was 5 years old, and the only places he'd ever lived were a cupboard and a goblin bank. The world outside was vast and terrifying and full of people who wanted to hurt him. But there was one name that kept coming back. One person who, according to his parents' will, was supposed to protect him. Sirius Black, Harry said. My godfather. If he's innocent, if Dumbledore framed him, then he can protect me, right? Petunia's face went pale. Harry, Sirius Black is in Azkaban. Azkaban it's a prison. The worst prison in the world. Even if he's innocent, even if he gets a trial, he's been there for years. He might not be well. He's my godfather. My parents chose him. They trusted him. And Dumbledore framed him. Then we need to prove he's innocent. Harry's voice was fierce, fiercer than he felt. We need to get him out. He's the only family I have left. Real family. Family my parents chose. Petunia looked like she wanted to argue. But something in Harry's face, something in his eyes, maybe, those green eyes that were so like lilies, made her stop. Okay, she said finally. Okay. We'll talk to the goblins. We'll see what can be done. Ragnarok was waiting for them in his office. The room looked different today. The books and scrolls that had been scattered everywhere were gone, replaced by neat stacks of documents and a large map of Britain covered in glowing pins. The goblin himself looked tired, his eyes were bloodshot, and his chainmail was rumpled, as if he'd slept in it. The situation has escalated, Ragnarok said without preamble. The arrest of Dumbledore has created a power vacuum. The ministry is in chaos. The Wizengamot is divided. And the Death Eaters are mobilizing faster than we anticipated. How much faster? Petunia asked. We've received reports of attacks in 3 different wizarding communities. No deaths yet, mostly intimidation, showing of force, but it's only a matter of time. They're testing the waters. Seeing how much they can get away with. And they want Harry. They want Harry more than anything. Killing him would be a symbolic victory, proof that the boy who lived can die, that the Dark Lord's defeat was a fluke, that the old order can be restored. Ragnar's jaw tightened. We won't let that happen. But we need to move quickly. Move where? The Potter properties. There are several, a manor in Godric's Hollow, a townhouse in London, a cottage in the countryside. All of them have been sealed since your parents died, Harry, but the seals were placed by Dumbledore. We can break them. Why would we want to break them? Because the properties have their own protections. Ancient magic that predates Dumbledore, tied to the Potter bloodline. If we can get you inside one of them, the Godric's Hollow Manor, ideally, you'll be safer than anywhere else in Britain. Even safer than Gringotts. Harry thought about that. A manor. A house. A place that had belonged to his parents, his grandparents, his ancestors going back generations. What about the trial? Petunia asked. If we leave Gringotts, won't that look bad? Like we're running away? The trial will proceed regardless of where you are. You'll be required to testify, but that won't happen for weeks, possibly months. The legal maneuvering alone will take time. Dumbledore's lawyers. We'll try everything to delay, to discredit the evidence, to find loopholes. Lawyers? Dumbledore has lawyers. Dumbledore has the best lawyers gold can buy. Which is ironic, considering he's accused of stealing gold from the Potter estate. Ragnar's smile was grim. But we have something better than lawyers. We have the truth. And the truth, properly presented, is unassailable. The decision to move to Godric's Hollow was made by noon. Harry spent the morning packing, not that he had much to pack. The goblins had provided him with clothes that actually fit, soft trousers and warm jumpers and shoes that didn't pinch his toes. They'd given him a small trunk, too, made of dark wood with his initials stamped on the lid in silver. He packed the locket. The prophecy sphere. The newspapers. The blue pastry that had somehow multiplied overnight. Petunia had explained that goblin baking was self-replicating, whatever that meant. And then he sat on his bed and waited. Griphook arrived an hour later, accompanied by 4 armed guards. The goblins had decided that Harry and Petunia would travel by a network of secret passages, tunnels that connected Gringotts to various locations across Britain, built centuries ago for exactly this kind of emergency. The tunnels are old, Griphook warned as they descended into the darkness. Older than the bank. Older than the ministry. There are things down here that even goblins don't fully understand. Stay close. Don't touch anything. And whatever you do, don't wander off. Harry nodded, his heart pounding. The tunnels were cold and damp, lit by torches that burned with blue flame. The walls were covered in carvings, runes, mostly, but also images of battles and ceremonies and creatures Harry didn't recognize. The floor was uneven, worn smooth by centuries of use, and water dripped somewhere in the distance, a steady plink 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 that echoed off the stone. They walked for what felt like hours. Petunia held Harry's hand. The entire time. Her grip was tight, too tight, almost painful, but Harry didn't pull away. He could feel her fear through the blood adoption bond, a constant thrum of anxiety that matched his own. Almost there, Griphook said finally. The tunnel ended at a door, not a grand door like the ones in Gringotts, but a small, wooden door that looked like it belonged in a cottage. Griphook pressed his palm against the wood, and the door swung open onto darkness. Welcome to Godric's Hollow, the goblin said. They emerged in a cellar. Harry blinked in the sudden light, not sunlight, but something softer, something that glowed from the walls themselves. The cellar was small and dusty, filled with old furniture covered in white sheets. Cobwebs hung in the corners, and the air smelled of mothballs and decay. But beneath the decay, there was something else. Something warm. Something that felt like home, even though Harry had never been here before. "The manor is warded," Griphook said, climbing a set of stone steps. "The protections recognized your blood the moment you entered the tunnel. You're safe here, Harry. Safer than anywhere else in the world." Harry followed him up the steps. The stairs opened into a kitchen, old-fashioned, with a stone floor and a massive fireplace. The windows were dark, covered in ivy that had grown wild over the years, but the room was warm despite the neglect. A fire crackled in the hearth, even though no one had lit it. And on the wall, above the fireplace, hung a portrait. It was a family, a man and a woman and a little boy with messy black hair. The man looked like an older version of Harry, with the same face shape and the same rebellious hair. The woman was beautiful, with red hair that fell to her shoulders and eyes that were exactly the same shade of green as Harry's. The little boy was laughing, chasing a golden snitch across a sunlit garden. "James," Petunia whispered. "Lily." "And Harry, little Harry. He must have been 1 or 2 when this was painted." Harry walked toward the portrait, his feet moving without his permission. The painted family didn't move. It was a Muggle painting, he realized, not a magical one, but it didn't matter. He could see them. His parents. His family. This was their home, he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Griphook replied. "This was their home. And now it's yours." Harry reached out and touched the portrait. His fingers brushed against the painted surface, cold and rough, and he imagined he could feel them looking back at him. His mother. His father. The little boy who had been him, before the world had broken. "I'm going to find out the truth," he whispered to the painting. "About Dumbledore. About Sirius. About Voldemort. About everything. I'm going to find out who I am." The portrait didn't answer. It was just paint, after all. But somewhere in the depths of the manor, in the walls, in the floors, in the very stones themselves, Harry felt something stir. A recognition. A welcome. The Potter magic had found its heir. And the wizarding world would never be the same. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Harry's Hidden Fortune. The Potter Manor woke slowly, like something that had been sleeping for a very long time. Harry felt it happen. One moment, the kitchen was dark and cold despite the fire, neglected, abandoned, a house that had forgotten what it meant to be lived in. The next, the walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like lungs drawing their first breath after years underwater. The ivy outside the windows rustled and pulled back, letting in streams of pale morning light. The floors creaked, not in complaint, but in greeting. "Something's happening," Petunia said, her hand tightening on Harry's shoulder. "The bloodline bond," Griphook explained. He was standing by the fireplace, watching the transformation with something like awe. "The manor recognizes Harry as its master. It's been waiting for him, for 5 years. It's been waiting. And now it's waking up." Harry felt it in his chest. The same warmth he'd experienced in the cellar, the same sense of home, but stronger now. More focused. The house was reaching out to him, brushing against his magic like a cat rubbing against its owner's legs. "Hello," he thought, not sure if he was speaking to the house or to himself. "I'm here now." The kitchen responded. The fireplace flared brighter, casting dancing shadows across the stone floor. A kettle on the counter, cold and dusty moments ago, began to whistle. The cabinet swung open, revealing shelves stocked with food that hadn't been there a second before. "The house is providing for you," Griphook said. "It will continue to provide, as long as you're here. Food, water, warmth, whatever you need. The Potter magic is old, Harry. Older than the Goblin treaties. Older than the Ministry. It takes care of its own. Petunia walked to the cabinets and stared at the food inside. Fresh bread, jars of honey, wheels of cheese, bottles of milk that were cold to the touch despite having no visible source of refrigeration. "This is impossible," she whispered. "This is magic," Griphook replied. "The same magic that has kept the wizarding world alive for 1,000 years. You'll get used to it." "I don't think I will." Harry wasn't listening. He was walking through the kitchen, toward a door he hadn't noticed before, a narrow door, half hidden by a tapestry depicting a stag and a doe running through a moonlit forest. The door swung open before he touched it. Beyond was a hallway, long and dark, lined with portraits that stirred as he passed. Faces emerged from the canvas, old and young, male and female, all of them watching him with eyes that held centuries of wisdom. "Another Potter," a woman whispered. Her portrait was small, tucked between two larger paintings, and she wore clothes from a time Harry didn't recognize, a high collar, long sleeves, a cap that covered most of her gray hair. "We thought you'd never come." "I'm here now," Harry said. "So we see. So we see." The woman's eyes narrowed. "You're young. Younger than we expected. And you carry something dark inside you, something that doesn't belong." Harry touched his scar. "I know. The goblins found it. A soul shard. Voldemort's soul." The portraits erupted into whispers. Names were exchanged, asterisk Riddle, Gaunt, Slytherin asterisk, and more than a few of the painted figures looked genuinely frightened. "The Dark Lord's soul," the old woman repeated. "Inside a Potter child. The world has grown strange since we left it." "You're not wrong." Harry kept walking. The hallway opened into a large room, a study, he realized, lined with bookshelves that reached the ceiling. A massive desk sat in the center of the room, covered in papers and quills and ink pots. And on the wall behind the desk, taking up most of the space, was a family tree. "The Potter family tree," read the banner at the top. "Founded 987 A.D. Harry walked toward it, his breath catching in his throat. The tree was huge, larger than any piece of artwork he'd ever seen, and it glowed with golden light. Names stretched across its branches in elegant script, asterisk Linfred of Stinchcombe. Hardwin Potter. Iolanthe Peveril. Henry Potter. Fleamont Potter. James Potter, asterisk. And at the bottom, just below James's name, was a new branch, small and still growing, its leaves unfurling even as Harry watched. Asterisk Harold James Potter. Born 31 July 1980, asterisk. Beneath his name, 2 lines extended downward, ending in question marks. His children. His descendants. The future that hadn't been written yet. "Your family has a long history," a voice said behind him. Harry turned. A man stood in the doorway, not a portrait this time, but a ghost. He was tall and handsome, with the same messy black hair that Harry saw in the mirror every day, and his eyes were the color of amber. "Dad?" Harry whispered. The ghost smiled, sad and warm and impossibly familiar. "Not quite. I'm your grandfather. Fleamont Potter. But everyone called me Monty." Harry stared at him. He'd never seen a ghost before, not a real one, not like this. The portraits were one thing, but this was different. The man in the doorway was translucent, glowing faintly, and Harry could see the bookshelf behind him through his chest. "You're a ghost," Harry said. "I'm an imprint," Fleamont corrected. "A memory, preserved in the magic of the house. I'm not really here, not the way you're here. But I can talk to you. I can teach you. I can help you understand what it means to be a Potter." "Teach me what?" Fleamont stepped into the room. His feet didn't touch the floor, they hovered an inch above it, leaving no footprints in the dust. "Everything," he said. "The history of our family. The secrets of our magic. The truth about Dumbledore and the Dark Lord and the prophecy that binds you to him. Everything your parents would have taught you, if they'd had the chance. Harry's throat tightened. My parents. Are they here? In the house? As imprints? Fleamont's expression flickered, pain, or something like it, crossing his translucent features. No. Your parents died violent deaths. Their imprints were scattered. Destroyed. They can't come back, Harry. Not even as memories. Harry nodded. He'd known, somehow, that this would be the answer. But it still hurt, a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest that made it hard to breathe. I'm sorry, Fleamont said. I wish I could give you more. I wish I could give you them. But I can't. All I can give you is the truth. The truth, Harry repeated. Everyone keeps talking about the truth. But no one will tell me what it is. Then it's time you learned. Fleamont gestured, and the bookshelves behind him began to move, sliding and shifting, rearranging themselves until they formed an archway. Beyond the archway was a staircase, descending into darkness. The lower levels of the manor hold the Potter family secrets, Fleamont said. Vaults within vaults, protected by blood and magic. Your parents hid things down there, things they wanted you to find, when you were old enough. But you're not old enough, Harry. You're only 5. I don't care. I know you don't. That's the problem. Fleamont's voice was gentle but firm. Some secrets are dangerous. Some truths can hurt you, not because they're lies, but because they're heavy. Too heavy for a child to carry. I'm already carrying a prophecy, Harry said. I'm already carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar. How much heavier can it get? Fleamont was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. Follow me, he said. But don't say I didn't warn you. The staircase went down much farther than Harry expected. They passed through levels of the manor that hadn't seen light in years, decades, maybe centuries. The air grew cold and still, heavy with the weight of old magic. Portraits lined the walls here too, but these faces were different, older, stranger, with eyes that seemed to follow Harry even when he wasn't looking. The lower levels are where we keep our most valuable possessions, Fleamont explained as they descended. Not gold, goblins handle gold better than wizards. But knowledge. Artifacts. Things that can't be trusted to banks or governments. Like what? Like the invisibility cloak, for one. Your father's cloak, passed down through our family for generations. It's one of the Deathly Hallows, Harry. The most powerful magical objects in existence. Harry had never heard of the Deathly Hallows. But the name sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt the prophecy sphere, still tucked in his pocket, grow warm against his hip. The Hallows are a legend, Fleamont continued. A story about 3 brothers who cheated death and received gifts in return. The Elder Wand, unbeatable in duels. The Resurrection Stone, which calls back the dead. And the Cloak of Invisibility, which hides the wearer from death itself. Those are real. Some say yes. Some say no. What I know is this, the Potter family has owned the cloak for centuries. It was passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter, always to the eldest child. And it was meant to go to you, Harry. It still is. They reached the bottom of the staircase. Before them was a door, not made of wood or stone, but of light. Golden and shimmering, it pulsed like a heartbeat, and Harry could feel his magic reaching out to it, drawn like metal to a magnet. The vault requires a blood sacrifice to open, Fleamont said. Not much, just a few drops. But it must be given freely. No one can force you to open this door, Harry. No one can trick you or coerce you. The choice must be yours. Harry didn't hesitate. He pulled the small silver knife from his pocket, the same one the goblins had used for the blood adoption, and pricked his finger. A single drop of blood welled up, red and bright, and fell onto the door of light. The door screamed. Not in pain, in welcome. The golden light intensified, blinding and beautiful, and then it faded, revealing a room beyond that made Harry's jaw drop. Gold. Not just coins, though there were coins, piles of them, heaped in corners and spilling out of chests. But there were other things too. Weapons. Armor. Books bound in leather and scales and things Harry didn't have names for. Jewelry that glittered on velvet cushions. Potion bottles filled with liquids that swirled and shifted colors. And in the center of the room, on a pedestal made of black marble, rested a box. The box was small, no bigger than a shoebox, and made of wood so dark it was almost black. Carvings covered every surface, runes, symbols, images of creatures Harry had never seen. And on the lid, inlaid in silver, was a single word. Harry. Fleamont stopped at the threshold. I can't go in there. The vault is keyed to living potters only. What you find inside, it's yours. Yours alone. Harry stepped into the vault. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt the weight of generations pressing down on him. This was his inheritance, not the gold or the artifacts, but the responsibility. The legacy. Everything his ancestors had built, everything they had sacrificed, everything they had hoped for. He walked to the pedestal and opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, were three things. The first was a cloak made of silver fabric that seemed to shift and flow like water, catching the light even though there was no light source in the vault. Harry reached out and touched it, and the fabric felt like nothing, like holding air between his fingers. The invisibility cloak, he thought. One of the Deathly Hallows. The second was a journal, old, worn, its leather cover cracked and faded. Written on the front, in handwriting Harry recognized from the photographs, was a single word, Lily. His mother's journal. The third was a key. It was small and silver, unremarkable in every way except for the heat that radiated from it. When Harry picked it up, the key burned his palm, not painfully, but with intent. Remember, the key seemed to say. Asterisk, remember what you've lost. Remember what you're fighting for, asterisk. The key opened something, Fleamont said from the doorway. Something your parents hid. Something they didn't want Dumbledore to find. What is it? I don't know. Your parents didn't tell me, didn't tell anyone. They were afraid, Harry. More afraid than I'd ever seen them. And whatever they were afraid of, it was connected to you. Harry slipped the key into his pocket, beside the prophecy sphere. He picked up the cloak, it weighed almost nothing, folding down to fit in the palm of his hand, and tucked it into his shirt. And he held his mother's journal against his chest, close to his heart. Thank you, he said to Fleamont. For showing me this. The ghost inclined his head. Don't thank me yet, Harry. The hardest part is still to come. The audit took 3 days. Goblin accountants arrived at the manor in waves, their arms loaded with ledgers and scales and devices that beeped and whirred and glowed. They spread out across the house, cataloging every artifact, every piece of jewelry, every coin in every chest. Harry watched them work from the kitchen, where Petunia had set up a small table for his meals. She was learning to cook, badly, but the house provided when her attempts failed, and Harry had never eaten so well in his life. The total value of the Potter estate is significant, Griphook said on the third evening. He was sitting across from Harry at the kitchen table, a massive ledger open in front of him. More significant than we initially estimated. Much more. How much are we talking? Petunia asked. She was hovering by the stove, pretending not to be interested. Griphook turned the ledger so Harry could see. The numbers were, Harry couldn't read most of them, but the bottom line was written in letters of gold. Total value, 12,847,593 galleons, 14 sickles, 3 nuts. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means you're one of the wealthiest people in magical Britain, Griphook said. Not the wealthiest, the Malfoy estate is larger, and the Black estate is comparable, but close. Very close. But Dumbledore was stealing from me. The bindings were siphoning my magic. Was he stealing gold too? Griphook's expression darkened. We're still investigating that. But preliminary findings suggest, yes. Significant amounts of gold have been withdrawn from the Potter Trust accounts over the past 5 years. Withdrawals that were not authorized by any legal guardian. Who authorized them? The signature on the withdrawal forms is Dumbledore's. He had himself named as magical guardian shortly after your parents died, a position he claimed was necessary to protect your assets until you came of age. The ministry approved the appointment without question. Can we get the gold back? Some of it. The withdrawals that can be traced, the ones that went to Dumbledore personally or to organizations he controls, those can be recovered. But other withdrawals, they're harder to track. The gold has been moved through shell accounts, offshore vaults, and at least one institution in Liechtenstein that doesn't recognize Goblin jurisdiction. Harry didn't understand half of what Griphook was saying. But he understood enough. Dumbledore had stolen from him. Stolen his magic, stolen his childhood, stolen his parents' legacy. And now he was sitting in a cell beneath Gringotts, waiting for a trial that would determine the rest of Harry's life. I want to see the vaults, Harry said. The real vaults. Not the ones with the gold, the ones with my parents' things. Their personal belongings. Their letters. Their lives. Griphook nodded slowly. That can be arranged. But I should warn you, some of what you find may be painful. Your parents lived in dangerous times. They had enemies. They made choices that not everyone would understand. I don't care. They were my parents. I need to know them. The Potter family vault, the real vault, not the trust fund he'd heard about as a baby, was located in the deepest level of Gringotts, beneath even the ritual chamber and the detention facility. Harry traveled there by cart, the same way all Goblin clients traveled to their vaults. The cart was small and open, pulled by a track that twisted and turned through the underground caverns. The Goblin driver, a grim-faced female with scars across her cheeks, said nothing as they plunged deeper and deeper into the earth. The vault door was enormous, 20 feet tall, made of iron and covered in runes that blazed with light as Harry approached. The Goblin driver pressed her palm against the lock, and the door swung open with a groan that echoed through the cavern. Inside, the vault was, not what Harry expected. There was gold, yes, piles of it, heaped in the corners, but that wasn't what drew his attention. What drew his attention were the personal effects. The remnants of lives lived and lost. A bassinet, small and wooden, with H.J.P. carved into the side. Harry's baby bed. A collection of photographs, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, scattered across a table in the center of the vault. Harry walked toward them, his heart pounding. The first photograph showed a man and a woman at their wedding. The man was James Potter, younger than Harry had ever seen him, with the same messy hair and a grin that split his face in two. The woman was Lily, radiant in white, her red hair flowing down her back like fire. They were laughing. Really laughing, the way people laughed when they were so happy they couldn't contain it. Harry picked up the photograph. The people inside waved at him, James winked, Lily blew a kiss, and Harry felt tears prick his eyes. "Hello, Mum," he whispered. "Hello, Dad." He spent hours in the vault, going through the photographs, reading letters, touching objects that had belonged to his parents. A pair of James's old Quidditch gloves, still stained with grass. Lily's wand, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, warm to the touch despite years of disuse. A copy of Tales of Beetle the Bard, inscribed on the inside cover, asterisk to Harry, from Mum and Dad. May you always believe in magic, asterisk. At the bottom of a trunk, wrapped in a blanket that smelled faintly of lavender, Harry found a box of letters. The return address on the top envelope made his breath catch. Sirius Black. 12 Grimmauld Place. London. Sirius. His godfather. The man his parents had trusted to raise him. Harry opened the letter. James, you absolute Burke, it read. Asterisk, of course I'll be Harry's godfather. I'd be honored. But if you think I'm going to let him grow up without teaching him how to prank Snape, you've got another thing coming. Asterisk. Harry smiled despite himself. He could hear the voice in the words, warm and laughing and full of life. He tucked the letter into his pocket, next to the key and the prophecy sphere. He would find a way to free Sirius Black. He would find a way to clear his name. And then he would have a family again, a real family, the family his parents had chosen. The vault had given him more than gold. It had given him hope. End of chapter 6. ## chapter 7, The Ancient Potter Vault. The letter from Sirius Black was dated August 12, 1981, 19 days before Harry's parents died. Harry sat on the cold stone floor of the vault, surrounded by the scattered remnants of his family's history, and read every word. The handwriting was messy, confident slashes and loops, the ink smudged in places as if the writer had been in a hurry. But the voice that came through was unmistakable, warm, irreverent, fiercely loyal. James, the second letter began, I know you're worried about the prophecy. I know you're worried about Harry. But locking yourselves away in Godric's Hollow isn't the answer. You need allies. You need friends. You need me. Let me come to you. Let me help, *. There was more, mentions of someone named Peter, warnings about a spy in the Order of the Phoenix, references to Dumbledore that made Harry's blood run cold. Dumbledore keeps asking about your will, Sirius had written. He wants to know who you've named as Harry's guardian. I told him it's none of his bloody business, but he won't let it go. He's been visiting Lily when you're not home, James. Asking her questions about ancient magic, bloodlines, the special properties of Muggle-born witches. She doesn't trust him. Neither do I, *. Harry traced the words with his finger. She doesn't trust him, his mother had known. Even before the will, even before Dumbledore had revealed his true nature, Lily Potter had seen something in the old wizard that made her uneasy. Be careful, Sirius had written at the end. * both of you. And give Harry a kiss from his godfather. I'll see you soon, *. But he hadn't seen them. Soon. 19 days later, James and Lily were dead, and Sirius was in Azkaban, and Harry was in a cupboard, and Dumbledore was in control. Your godfather loved you very much, Fleamont said quietly. Harry looked up. His grandfather's ghost was standing in the entrance to the vault, his translucent hands clasped behind his back. He couldn't enter, the vault's protections prevented him, but he could watch from the threshold. How do you know? Harry asked. Because I can see it in his words. In the way he writes about you. In the way he talks about protecting you. Fleamont's amber eyes were soft. Love leaves traces, Harry. Even when it's gone, even when the people are gone, the love remains. You can feel it, if you know how to look. Harry thought about Petunia. About the blood adoption bond, and the way her fear and guilt and buried love swirled at the edge of his consciousness. He thought about the portrait in the kitchen, the painted version of his parents, frozen in time, unable to answer his questions or hold his hand. Love left traces. But traces weren't enough. I need to find out what happened, Harry said. To Sirius. To my parents. To everyone. The goblins have evidence, but they won't share all of it. They say I'm too young. Goblins are cautious by nature, Fleamont replied. They've lived long enough to see empires rise and fall. They know that knowledge is power, and that power, in the wrong hands, destroys everything it touches. I'm not the wrong hands. No. You're not. Fleamont smiled, a sad, proud smile that made him look even more like the photographs of James. But you're 5 years old, Harry. 5 years old, and already carrying the weight of a prophecy that would crush most adults. The goblins are right to be careful with you. You need time to grow. Time to learn. Time to become the wizard you're meant to be. What if I don't have time? What if Voldemort comes back before I'm ready? What if the Death Eaters find me? Then you face them. And you win. Because you're a Potter, Harry. And Potters don't give up. The vault held more than letters and photographs. In the far corner, behind a stack of musty books and a trunk full of James's old school robes, Harry found a cabinet. It was tall and narrow, made of dark wood, and locked with a mechanism that had no visible keyhole. The cabinet holds the family artifacts, Fleamont said. Objects too dangerous or too personal to leave in the main vault. Your father wanted you to have them when you turned 11, old enough to understand their significance, young enough to learn how to use them properly. I'm not 11. No. But the bindings are gone, and your magic is returning faster than anyone expected. The cabinet might open for you. It might not. The magic is old and particular. Harry approached the cabinet. The wood was warm to the touch, and when he pressed his palm against the surface, he felt a pulse, a heartbeat, slow and steady, like the house itself had reached down into the vault to greet him. Hello again, he thought. The cabinet opened. Inside, arranged on velvet shelves, were the artifacts. Not many, a dozen at most, but each one hummed with power that made Harry's skin prickle. The first shelf held a ring. It was gold, simple, unadorned except for a symbol engraved on the inside, 3 triangles, arranged in a pattern Harry didn't recognize. He picked it up, and the ring slid onto his finger as if it had been made for him. The Peveril ring, Fleamont said. Your grandmother Iolanthe brought it into the family when she married Hardwin Potter. It's a symbol of our connection to the Deathly Hallows, specifically, to the cloak. Wear it always, Harry. It will protect you. The second shelf held a mirror, not a hand mirror, but something larger, framed in tarnished silver. Harry looked into it and saw himself. Just himself. No messages from his parents, no glimpses of the future, just his own tired face staring back. That mirror belonged to your father, Fleamont said. It's not magical, not in the way you're thinking. But it was his. He looked into it every morning before he faced the world. He used to say it reminded him who he was. Harry tucked the mirror into his bag, next to Lily's journal. The third shelf held a sword. It was beautiful, there was no other word for it. The blade was silver, etched with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness of the cabinet. The hilt was gold, set with a ruby the size of Harry's thumb. And the pommel was shaped like a lion's head, with emeralds for eyes. The sword of Gryffindor, Harry breathed. He'd seen pictures in the books the goblins had given him, books about Hogwarts, about the founders, about the history of magic. No, Fleamont said. This is the sword of the Potters, forged by our ancestors before Gryffindor was even born. It's made of goblin silver, like Gryffindor's sword, but older. More powerful. And it answers only to the blood of our line. Harry reached for the sword. His fingers closed around the hilt, and the moment they touched. Fire. He saw everything. The history of his family, stretching back 1,000 years. Battles fought and won. Loves found and lost. Secrets buried and protected. The sword showed him the Potters as they truly were, not just wizards, but guardians. Protectors of the innocent. Defenders of the weak. And at the end of the vision, he saw himself. Older. Taller. Wearing robes of black and silver, with the Potter's crest, the stag and the doe, embroidered over his heart. The sword was in his hand, and he was standing in a ruined hall, facing a figure shrouded in shadow. Voldemort. The vision ended. Harry stumbled back, his hand still gripping the sword, his heart pounding. "What was that?" he whispered. "The sword remembers," Fleamont said. "Everything the Potters have done, everything they've fought for, it remembers. And it showed you the future, Harry. Or a future. One of many. I have to kill him. Maybe. Or maybe you have to do something else. The prophecy says you have power the Dark Lord knows not. It doesn't say that power is violence. It doesn't say it's destruction." Fleamont's voice was gentle. "Maybe the power is something else entirely. Something Voldemort can never understand." "Like what?" "Like love. Like hope. Like the choice to be different, to be better, than the forces that try to shape you." Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the bindings and the stolen magic and the cupboard under the stairs. About all the ways the world had tried to break him, to shape him, to turn him into something he wasn't. "I won't let them win," he said. "Not Dumbledore. Not Voldemort. Not anyone. I'll be who I want to be." Fleamont smiled, that proud, sad smile again. "That's the Potter spirit, Harry. That's what your parents died for. That's what we've all been fighting for 1,000 years. The right to choose. The right to be free." Harry spent the rest of the day in the vault, going through every box, every trunk, every shelf. He found his mother's old textbooks, dog-eared and annotated, with notes in the margins that made him laugh. "This spell is tricky," Lily had written next to a charm for turning vinegar into wine. "Asterisk took me 3 tries to get it right. Sev says I'm hopeless. Sev is a git, asterisk. Sev, Severus Snape." The name appeared again and again in Lily's notes, usually accompanied by complaints about his obsession with the dark arts or his creepy friends. But there were softer moments too, mentions of late-night study sessions, shared jokes, a friendship that had clearly meant something to both of them. "Sev apologized today," Lily wrote in the margin of a potions textbook. Asterisk said he didn't mean what he said about Muggleborns. "I want to believe him. But James says I'm being naive. Maybe I am, asterisk." Harry wondered what had happened to that friendship. He wondered if Snape had been the one to deliver the prophecy to Voldemort, if he was responsible for his parents' deaths, the way the goblins had hinted. He filed the question away for later. At the bottom of a trunk labeled Lily's private, "Do not read, James, I mean it," Harry found a bundle of letters tied with a red ribbon. The handwriting on the envelopes was different, sharper, more controlled, with an elegance that spoke of an old-fashioned education. To Lily Evans, the first envelope read. From Professor Albus Dumbledore. Harry's hands shook as he opened it. "My dear Lily," the letter began. Asterisk I hope this missive finds you well. I know you're busy with your studies and your new role in the Order, but I wanted to reach out to you directly regarding a matter of some sensitivity, asterisk. Asterisk as you know, the prophecy concerning Harry has raised certain questions. Questions about bloodlines, about ancient magic, about the potential for a child born of Muggle parents to carry the kind of power that could challenge the Dark Lord, asterisk. Asterisk your blood, Lily, is special. Older than you know. Older than anyone knows, perhaps, except for me. I have researched your family history going back 7 generations, and what I have found is, remarkable. You carry the blood of the Lady Morgana herself, the sister of King Arthur, the greatest dark witch of her age, a woman whose connection to the old magic has never been fully understood, asterisk. Asterisk this is why Voldemort wants you. This is why he wants Harry. Your bloodline is the key to unlocking something he has sought for decades, immortality, perhaps, or something even greater, asterisk. Asterisk I write to you not to frighten you, but to prepare you. Your son will be special, Lily. More special than you can imagine. And I intend to make sure he reaches his full potential, whether you approve or not, asterisk. The letter ended there, without a signature. Harry stared at the words. Whether you approve or not, Dumbledore had been planning this since before Harry was born, planning to control him, to shape him, to use him. And Lily had known. She had kept the letter, hidden it at the bottom of a trunk, proof that she had seen the danger coming. She kept it for me, Harry realized. She kept it so I would know the truth. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket, next to the key and the prophecy sphere and Sirius's letters. He was building a case. A case against Dumbledore, against the Ministry, against everyone who had lied to him and used him and stolen from him. And when the time came, when the trial began, he would present that case to the world. And Dumbledore would fall. Petunia was waiting for him in the Manor's kitchen when he finally emerged from the vault. She had changed out of the grey goblin robe into something softer, a blue jumper and slacks, clothes she must have found somewhere in the house. She looked less like the rigid woman who had ruled Privet Drive and more like herself. Whoever that was. Find anything interesting? She asked. Harry set his bag on the table and pulled out the letters, the journal, the ring, the mirror. He didn't show her the sword, it was too big, too dangerous, too much for a kitchen table, but he showed her everything else. Read this, he said, handing her Dumbledore's letter. Petunia read. Her face went pale, then grey, then a sickly green that made Harry reach for her hand. He knew, she whispered. He knew about Lily's bloodline, about Morgana, and he didn't tell her. Didn't warn her. He just watched. He wanted to use her. And when she died, he wanted to use me. Petunia's grip tightened on Harry's hand. Through the blood adoption bond, he felt her rage, hot and sharp and focused, directed entirely at the old wizard sitting in a cell beneath Gringotts. I want him to suffer, Petunia said. I want him to pay for what he did to you. To Lily. To all of us. He will. The goblins will make sure of it. Will they? Goblins are politicians, Harry. They have their own agendas. Their own goals. They're helping you because it benefits them, not because they care about justice. Harry had thought about this. He'd watched Ragnarok and Griphook, listened to their words, studied their expressions. The goblins were not his friends. They were allies, at best, temporary partners in a conflict that served both their interests. But for now, their interests aligned. I know they're using me, Harry said. I know everyone wants something from me. Dumbledore wanted my magic. The goblins want political power. The Ministry wants to control the narrative. The Death Eaters want me dead. He looked at Petunia, at this woman who had kept him in a cupboard, who had let her husband hit him, who had called him a freak and a burden. But also at this woman who had signed the warrant for Dumbledore's arrest, who had agreed to the blood adoption, who was sitting in a magical manor in a small village called Godric's Hollow, trying to learn how to cook. But you're here, he said. You didn't have to be. You could have gone back to Surrey. You could have pretended none of this happened. But you stayed. Petunia's eyes filled with tears. I stayed because I'm trying to be better. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I know how. But I'm trying. Then we'll try together. That night, Harry sat in his bedroom, a real bedroom, with a real bed and real windows and a real door that didn't lock from the outside, and opened his mother's journal. The first entry was dated September 1st, 1971. Lily's first day at Hogwarts. I can't believe it's real, she had written. Asterisk the castle, the magic, the people. Everyone keeps staring at me like I'm something special, but I'm not. I'm just Lily. I'm just a girl from Cokeworth who happened to be born with magic, asterisk. Asterisk there's this boy, Severus. He lives near me, on Spinner's End. He told me about Hogwarts, about the wizarding world, about everything. He's strange and intense and kind of creepy, but he's also the only friend I have here. Everyone else looks at my muggle clothes. And my funny accent and laughs, asterisk. Asterisk except the Potters. James Potter, he's in my year, with messy hair and a stupid grin, he looked at me like I was the most interesting person he'd ever seen. His friend Sirius, such a strange name, was worse. He kept making jokes until Professor McGonagall told him to be quiet, asterisk. Maybe this place won't be so bad after all. Harry smiled. His mother, at 11, had been just as scared and hopeful as he was now. She had written about her fears, her dreams, her confusion about a world that didn't always make sense. He read on, page after page, watching Lily grow from a shy muggle-born girl into a confident young woman. The entries about Severus became less frequent, replaced by mentions of James and Sirius and a boy named Remus who was too nice for his own good. James asked me out today, Lily wrote in their 6th year. Asterisk I said no, of course. He's still an arrogant toe-rag. But he looked so disappointed that I almost felt bad. Almost, asterisk. Asterisk a year later asterisk I said yes. James was so happy he tripped over his own feet and fell into a suit of armor. I think I might be in love with him. I think I might have been in love with him for a long time, asterisk. And then, the final entries, written in a different hand, rushed and urgent, as if she knew time was running out. Asterisk Harry is born. He's perfect. James won't stop crying. Sirius named himself Godfather without asking, typical. But I'm glad. If anything happens to us, I want Harry to have someone who will love him the way Sirius loves James, asterisk. Asterisk Dumbledore came to see us today. He asked about the prophecy again. James told him to leave. I've never seen James so angry, asterisk. Asterisk I'm scared. I don't know what's coming, but I'm scared. I've hidden the journal where Dumbledore won't find it, in the vault, with the sword and the ring and the mirror. One day, Harry will read this. One day, he'll know the truth, asterisk. Asterisk I love you, Harry. I love you more than I've ever loved anything in my life. Be brave. Be kind. And never let anyone tell you who you're supposed to be, asterisk. Your mum. Harry closed the journal. He sat in the darkness of his bedroom, the moonlight streaming through the windows, and he cried. Not because he was sad, though he was, but because he was seen. His mother had known him. She had written to him, talked to him, loved him even though she'd never had the chance to hold him for more than a few months. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. And he would make her proud. End of chapter 7. Hashtag chapter 8, Sirius learns the truth. The cell at the top of Azkaban's highest tower had no windows. This was not an accident. Windows implied hope, a glimpse of sky, a reminder of the world outside, a promise that the darkness was not eternal. The Dementors who guarded the prison understood hope better than any living creature. They fed on it, savored it, drained it from their prisoners drop by drop until nothing remained but hollow shells wrapped in skin. Sirius Black had been in that cell for 4 years, 11 months, and 3 days. He had stopped counting the hours somewhere around the first anniversary. The days blurred together after that, a grey smear of cold and hunger and the constant, gnawing presence of the Dementors pressing against his mind like fingers against a bruise. But he had not broken. The Dementors had tried. Merlin, how they had tried. They had pulled every memory from his mind, every happy thought, every moment of joy. They had feasted on his laughter and his love and his hope, leaving behind nothing but rage and guilt and an iron determination to survive. James. His best friend's face haunted him. Not the way the Dementors wanted, not as a memory that could be stolen and devoured, but as a brand. A scar on his soul that would never fade. Lily. Her eyes, green and bright, the last thing he had seen before the Aurors had dragged him away. She had been dead by then, of course. They had all been dead. James in the hallway, his wand still in his hand. Lily on the stairs, her body curved around the crib where Harry should have been. But Harry hadn't been there. Sirius clung to that fact like a drowning man clinging to wreckage. Harry had survived. Harry was alive. Harry was somewhere in the world, with Petunia, of all people, the horrible woman who had made Lily cry at her wedding, but alive. Breathing. Growing. I will find you, Sirius promised the darkness. I will find you, and I will protect you, and I will make this right. The Dementors laughed. They always laughed. The morning of August 7th was no different from any other morning in Azkaban. Sirius woke to the sound of screaming, someone in a nearby cell, someone new, someone who hadn't yet learned that screaming only made the Dementors hungrier. He pressed his palms against his ears and waited for the noise to stop. It didn't stop. Instead, a different sound cut through the screams, a sound Sirius hadn't heard in years. Footsteps, human footsteps, echoing off the stone corridors, accompanied by voices that spoke in low, urgent tones. Visitors, Sirius thought. Someone is coming to visit someone. He didn't bother getting up. Visitors never came to him. He was the betrayer, the murderer, the man who killed 13 people with a single curse. The Ministry had made sure everyone knew his face, his name, his crimes. Even if someone had wanted to visit him, not that anyone did, the Dementors would have turned them away. The footsteps grew louder. They stopped outside his cell. Sirius Black, a voice said, rough and gravelly, like stones grinding together. You have a visitor. Sirius opened his eyes. A goblin stood outside the cell door. Not a prison guard, goblins didn't work for Azkaban, but a messenger, dressed in the same dark suit and silver pin that Sirius had seen on Gringotts employees 100 times before. Behind the goblin stood two figures in ministry robes. Aurors, by the look of them, wands drawn, faces pale. Eyes darting toward the shadows where the Dementors lurked. A visitor? Sirius's voice came out cracked and dry. He hadn't spoken aloud in weeks. Maybe months. The Goblin Nation has requested an audience with you, the Goblin said. Regarding the case of Albus Dumbledore and the kidnapping of Harold James Potter. The words didn't make sense. They collided in Sirius's mind like stones in an avalanche, each one burying the last. Asterisk Dumbledore. Kidnapping. Harry, asterisk. What? Sirius pushed himself to his feet. His legs were weak, the Dementors had been feeding heavily lately, but he stood anyway, gripping the bars of his cell for support. What did you say about Harry? The goblin's golden eyes studied him. The boy is safe. He is currently residing at Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow, under the protection of Gringotts and the Goblin Nation. His magical bindings have been removed. His guardianship is being re-evaluated. Bindings? What bindings? Dumbledore placed illegal magical suppressors on Harry Potter when he was an infant. The bindings were designed to drain his magic and prevent him from accessing his full potential. They were removed 5 days ago. Sirius's blood turned to ice. He remembered James's words, spoken in the kitchen of the Godric's Hollow cottage, late at night when Harry was sleeping. Asterisk Dumbledore keeps asking about Harry's bloodline. He keeps talking about containment protocols and safety measures. I don't trust him, Padfoot. I think he wants to use our son, asterisk. And Lily, pale and frightened, holding Harry close. Asterisk he asked me to let him place a protection ward on Harry. A ward he said would keep him safe from Voldemort. But the magic felt wrong, Sirius. Dark. I said no, asterisk. Dumbledore had done it anyway. Let me out, Sirius said. His voice was no longer cracked. It was steel. Let me out of this cell right now. The goblin nodded. He pulled a key from his jacket, small and silver, covered in runes, and inserted it into the lock. The door swung open with a groan. The Aurors flinched. The ministry hasn't authorized. The Goblin Nation does not require ministry authorization, the Goblin interrupted. Sirius Black is a person of interest in a case that falls under Goblin jurisdiction. He will be transported to Gringotts for questioning. You may accompany us, or you may return to your posts. The Aurors exchanged glances. Then, reluctantly, they stepped aside. Sirius walked out of his cell. The corridor was dark and cold, lined with doors identical to his own. From behind those doors, he heard whispers, prisoners pressing against the walls, listening, hoping. The Dementors circled overhead, their tattered robes brushing against the ceiling, but for once, they did not attack. Because the Goblin had brought something with him. Something small and silver, hanging from a chain around his neck. A Patronus, not a corporeal one, but a charm, enchanted to repel Dementors for a short distance. Follow me, the Goblin said. And do not touch anything. Sirius followed. The journey from Azkaban to London took 3 hours by boat. Sirius sat in the bow, his wrists chained, the ministry's idea, not the Goblins, and watched the grey sea slide past. The Dementors had retreated to the island behind them, their presence fading as the boat moved further from their territory. For the first time in nearly 5 years, Sirius could think. The Goblin, Griphook, he'd introduced himself, sat across from him, reading a newspaper with moving pictures. The headline caught Sirius's eye, Dumbledore arrested for kidnapping the boy BoyWhoLived. Can I see that? Sirius asked. Griphook handed him the paper. The article was long and detailed, filled with names and dates and accusations that made Sirius's head spin. Dumbledore had forged the guardianship documents. Dumbledore had sealed James and Lily's will. Dumbledore had placed bindings on Harry's magic. Dumbledore had stolen from the Potter estate. Dumbledore had, according to some sources, allowed a fragment of Voldemort's soul to remain inside Harry's scar. The last sentence hit Sirius like a curse. The boy who lived, now 5 years old, is currently residing at Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow with his aunt, Petunia Dursley, who has agreed to a blood adoption ceremony formalizing her guardianship. Petunia Dursley. The woman who had hated Lily. Who had called her a freak, a witch, an embarrassment to the family. Who had refused to attend the wedding, refused to acknowledge Harry's birth, refused to have anything to do with the magical world. That woman was raising Harry. I want to see him, Sirius said. I want to see Harry. Griphook's expression was unreadable. That is not my decision to make. The Goblins are investigating the circumstances of your imprisonment. If you are innocent, if Dumbledore truly framed you, then you may be granted visitation rights. But not yet. I'm innocent. The words tore out of Sirius like a scream. I never betrayed James and Lily. I never served Voldemort. I never killed those muggles or that wizard. Peter Pettigrew, Peter was the spy. Peter was the secret keeper. Peter is still alive, and he's the one who betrayed them. Griphook's golden eyes widened. Peter Pettigrew. The man who was killed by your curse. The man whose remains were found at the scene. He faked his death. He cut off his own finger and transformed into his animagus form, a rat. I saw him do it. I tried to catch him, but he escaped into the sewer. And then the Aurors arrived, and they found me laughing because I just realized what had happened, because I just understood how badly I'd been betrayed, and they thought. Sirius's voice broke. The memory was still raw, still bleeding, even after all these years. They didn't give me a trial, he whispered. They didn't listen. They just threw me into Azkaban and left me to rot. Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then he pulled out a quill and a piece of parchment and began to write. Tell me everything, the Goblin said. Every detail. Every name. Every date. If what you say is true, if Peter Pettigrew is alive, then the entire case against you collapses. And the goblins will demand your immediate release. Sirius talked. He talked until his throat was raw and his voice was gone. He talked about the Fidelius charm, about the switch from him to Peter, about the night of October 31st when everything had gone wrong. He talked about finding James and Lily dead, about the empty crib, about Hagrid taking Harry away on Dumbledore's orders. He talked about hunting Peter, about the street full of muggles, about the explosion and the finger and the rat disappearing into the darkness. And when he was finished, Griphook set down his quill and folded the parchment carefully. "This will be presented to the Goblin High Council," the Goblin said. "If the evidence supports your claims, if we can locate Peter Pettigrew, then you will be freed. I cannot promise more than that." Sirius nodded. It was more than he'd had in 5 years. It was hope. The interrogation at Gringotts lasted 6 hours. Sirius sat in a small room, surrounded by goblins in formal robes, and answered question after question about his relationship with the Potters, his knowledge of Dumbledore's actions, and his own role in the events of October 31st, 1981. The goblins were thorough. They had records Sirius didn't know existed, letters, journal entries, bank statements, magical signatures. They cross-referenced his answers with the evidence they'd already gathered, building a picture that grew clearer with every passing minute. At the end of the 6th hour, Ragnarok the Iron Hand entered the room. The old goblin looked tired but satisfied. In his hand, he carried a scroll sealed with the crest of the Goblin High Council. "Sirius Orain Black," Ragnarok said, "the Council has reviewed your testimony and the evidence presented by Gringotts investigators. We have also received independent confirmation from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement regarding certain irregularities in your original arrest." Sirius held his breath. "The Council has determined that there is sufficient cause to believe you were wrongfully imprisoned. As such, we are ordering your immediate release from Ministry custody, pending a full trial to determine your innocence or guilt." The words didn't register at first. Sirius had been in Azkaban so long that the idea of release, of freedom, felt like a dream, a fantasy, a lie his mind had conjured to keep him sane. "Immediate release," he repeated. "The Ministry has been notified. Aurors are on their way to process the paperwork. By nightfall, you will be a free man, at least temporarily. The trial will determine your long-term status." Sirius stood up. His legs shook, but he didn't care. "And Harry? Can I see Harry?" Ragnarok's expression softened, just slightly, just enough to show that the old goblin understood what was at stake. "Harry has asked to meet you," Ragnarok said. "He has read your letters. He knows what you meant to his parents. He wants to know if you're the man they believed you were." "I am," Sirius said. "I swear to you, I am. I would never have betrayed them. I loved them. I loved Harry. I still love him." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "Then prove it. Be patient. The boy has been through a great deal, more than any child should endure. He needs time to trust you. Time to heal. I'll wait. I'll wait as long as it takes." Petunia brought Harry to Gringotts the following morning. Sirius was waiting in a small room near the main hall, a sitting room, the goblins called it, with comfortable chairs and a fireplace and windows that looked out onto Diagon Alley. He had been provided with clean clothes, a hot meal, and a shave that had revealed a face he barely recognized. He looked old. He felt old. The years in Azkaban had carved lines into his skin and turned his hair gray at the temples. But his eyes, gray and bright and alive, were still the eyes of the man who had laughed at James's jokes and cried at Lily's wedding. The door opened. Harry walked in. He was small, smaller than Sirius had expected, though he didn't know why. Of course he was small. He was 5 years old, and he'd been living in a cupboard, and Dumbledore had been stealing his magic, and the world had been trying to break him since the moment he was born. But his eyes. His eyes. Green. Bright. Lily's eyes. Staring at Sirius with a mixture of fear and hope and something that looked almost like recognition. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said. His voice cracked. "I'm Sirius. I'm your godfather. I knew your parents. I loved them very much." Harry didn't move. He stood in the doorway, his hand clutched in Petunia's, the woman who had kept him in a cupboard, the woman who was now bound to him by blood and magic, and stared. "I read your letters," Harry said finally. "The ones you sent to my dad. You said you wanted to be my godfather." "I did. I do. You said you wanted to teach me how to prank someone named Snape." Sirius laughed, a real laugh, the first real laugh he'd produced in 5 years. "Severus Snape. Your dad's worst enemy. He would have hated me teaching you to prank him. My dad called you Padfoot." "He did. It was a nickname. From when we were in school. Your dad, me, and 2 other friends, Remus and Peter. We called ourselves the Marauders." Harry's expression flickered at the name Peter. "The Goblins told me about Peter Pettigrew. They said he was the real spy. The one who betrayed my parents." Sirius's throat tightened. "They're right. Peter was the secret keeper, not me. He gave your parents up to Voldemort. And then he framed me for the murder of those muggles and disappeared. Why? Because he was a coward. Because he was afraid. Because Voldemort offered him something he wanted more than friendship. More than loyalty. More than decency." Harry processed this. He was 5 years old, but he had already learned that the world was full of people who wanted things, people who would lie and cheat and steal to get what they wanted. "My mother trusted you," Harry said. "My father trusted you. They made you my godfather because they believed you would protect me." "Yes. Do you still want to protect me?" Sirius knelt, slowly, carefully, his joints aching from years of cold and disuse, and looked Harry in the eye. "More than anything in the world," he said. "I failed your parents. I let them down. I wasn't there when they needed me. But I won't fail you, Harry. I swear it on my magic. I swear it on their memory. I will protect you for the rest of my life." Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he walked forward and wrapped his arms around Sirius's neck. Sirius held him. Held the boy who should have grown up in his care, who should have known love and safety and joy. Held him and cried, silent tears that soaked into Harry's hair, and made a promise that he would keep until his dying breath. "I'm here now, James. I'm here now, Lily. I'll take care of your son. I'll keep him safe. I'll make sure he knows who you were, and who he is, and what he's meant to become, I promise." The meeting lasted an hour. Petunia sat in the corner, watching, her emotions swirling through the blood adoption bond. She was wary of Sirius, she remembered the stories, the accusations, the way the wizarding world had painted him as a monster. But she was also hopeful. Hopeful that this man, this stranger, could give Harry something she couldn't. Love, maybe. The kind of love that came from choice, not obligation. When the hour was over, Griphook appeared in the doorway. "The Ministry is requesting Sirius Black's presence for the preliminary hearing. We must go." Sirius stood reluctantly. He looked down at Harry, still sitting in the chair, still watching him with those green eyes. "I'll come back," Sirius said. "As soon as I can. And we'll talk more. About your parents, about the Marauders, about everything you want to know." Harry nodded. "Will you live with us? At the manor?" Sirius's heart clenched. "I don't know. That depends on the trial. But I'll try. I'll try my hardest." "Okay." Sirius walked to the door. He paused with his hand on the frame and looked back at Harry, at this small, brave, broken child who had already survived more than most adults could imagine. "You look like him, you know," Sirius said. "Your father. You have his hair, his face, his stubborn chin. But you have Lily's eyes. And Lily's heart. I can see it in you, Harry. The goodness. The courage. The refusal to give up." Harry smiled, a small, tentative smile that made Sirius's heart soar. "Thank you," Harry said. "For what?" "For coming back. For not forgetting about me." Sirius's eyes filled with tears again. "I could never forget you, Harry. Never." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Trial of the Century. The Wizengamot chamber had not seen such a crowd in living memory. Every seat in the gallery was filled, witches and wizards from across Britain, jostling for position, craning their necks for a better view. Reporters from every publication in magical Europe had descended on the Ministry of Magic like vultures on a carcass, their quills scratching furiously as they waited for the proceedings to begin. But the trial was not being held in the Ministry. It was being held in Gringotts. The Goblins had insisted. The Treaty of 1289 gave them jurisdiction over any case involving the theft of magical resources from a goblin-controlled institution, and Dumbledore's siphoning of Harry's magic fell squarely within that category. The Ministry had fought it, of course. Legal challenges had been filed, appeals had been lodged, threats had been made. But in the end, the Goblins had won. The chamber was round, carved from the living rock of the Gringotts. Caverns, centuries old, its walls lined with runes that glowed with ancient power. High above, enchanted torches cast a golden light over the proceedings, and in the center of the room, raised on a platform of black stone, sat the accused. Albus Dumbledore. He looked smaller than Harry remembered. The purple robes were gone, replaced by plain grey prison garments. His beard was tangled, his hair uncombed, his half-moon spectacles cracked on one side. But his eyes, those famous blue eyes, still held a spark of something that might have been defiance or might have been despair. Harry sat in the front row of the gallery, between Petunia and Sirius. The blood adoption bond thrummed with Petunia's anxiety, she was gripping his hand so tightly that his fingers had gone numb. Sirius, freshly released from Azkaban pending his own trial, sat on Harry's other side, his grey eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an intensity that bordered on violence. "You don't have to watch this," Sirius murmured. "You're only 5. No one would blame you for waiting outside." "I have to watch," Harry said. "He did this to me. I need to see him answer for it." Sirius nodded. He understood. He had spent 5 years in Azkaban, dreaming of this moment, the moment when the man who had destroyed his life would finally face justice. The trial began. Ragnarok the Iron Hand presided from a high bench at the front of the chamber. On either side of him sat 12 goblin judges, the Goblin High Council, ancient beings whose faces were so wrinkled and weathered that they looked like the stone itself had come to life. "The court will come to order," Ragnarok intoned. His voice echoed through the chamber, amplified by magic. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you stand accused of 17 counts of violating the Treaty of 1289, including but not limited to, kidnapping, magical suppression, financial fraud, obstruction of justice, tampering with a legal will, illegal placement of magical bindings on a minor, and conspiracy to commit treason against the Goblin Nation." Dumbledore rose to his feet. His chains rattled, heavy iron bands around his wrists and ankles, enchanted to prevent magic. "I have retained counsel," Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, calm, the voice of a man who had faced down dark lords and lived to tell the tale. "Elphias Doge will be speaking on my behalf." A wizened old wizard in the front row stood and bowed to the bench. Elphias Doge was Dumbledore's oldest friend, a man who had known him since childhood, who had stood by him through every battle and every scandal. His face was pale, his hands trembling, but his voice was firm. "The defense submits that Albus Dumbledore is not guilty of the charges brought against him. Everything he did, every action, every decision, was done in the best interests of Harold James Potter, the Wizarding World, and the greater good. The greater good, Ragnarok repeated. The words dripped with contempt. How many atrocities have been committed in the name of the greater good? How many children have suffered? How many lives have been destroyed? The greater good was Gellert Grindelwald's motto, the prosecuting goblin said, a sharp-faced female named Goldclaw. Not Dumbledore's. Or so we were told. The chamber murmured. Everyone knew the story, how Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald in 1945, how he had spent decades building a reputation as the greatest wizard of the age. But few knew that Dumbledore had once shared Grindelwald's beliefs. Few knew that the two had been friends, lovers, even, before their falling out. Dumbledore's face tightened. I was young. I was foolish. I abandoned those beliefs long ago. Did you? Goldclaw asked. The evidence suggests otherwise. She gestured, and the runes on the walls flared. A projection appeared in the center of the chamber, a replica of the diagnostic results the goblins had obtained during Harry's unbinding. Chains, dozens of them, wrapped around a glowing image of a child. Harry's image. This, Goldclaw said, is what you did to Harold James Potter. Illegal magical bindings, placed on an infant without parental consent. Bindings designed to suppress his magic, drain his power, and redirect that power to a source of your choosing. I was containing the soul shard. You were feeding it. Goldclaw's voice rose. The soul shard of Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, hidden in Harry Potter's scar. Instead of removing it, instead of seeking help, instead of doing anything that might have saved the child, you used it. You used Harry Potter as a battery. You drained his magic to keep the Dark Lord's soul alive. Dumbledore's composure cracked. I was looking for a solution. I was trying to find a way to remove the shard without killing the boy. The bindings were temporary. Temporary? Goldclaw pulled out a document, thick and yellowed, covered in dates and signatures. These are the records of the bindings, as recorded by Gringotts' diagnostic charms. The first binding was placed on November 1, 1981, the day after James and Lily Potter were murdered. The second binding was placed 3 days later. The third, a week after that. She flipped through the pages. By the time Harry Potter was 6 months old, he had 17 active bindings on his magical core. By his first birthday, he had 34. By his second birthday. Enough. Dumbledore's voice cracked. I know what I did. I don't need you to recite it back to me. Then confess, Ragnarok said. Tell this court why you did it. Tell us the truth. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he raised his head and looked directly at Harry. The boy sat in the front row, small and pale, his green eyes fixed on the old wizard who had ruined his life. He did not flinch. He did not look away. I was afraid, Dumbledore said finally. His voice was soft, barely audible, but the chamber's acoustics carried every word. I was afraid of what Harry would become. The prophecy, the one recorded in the Department of Mysteries, the one that said he would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, I interpreted it as a prediction of violence. I believed Harry would have to become a soldier. A weapon. And I believed I had to shape him into that weapon. You bound his magic to make him a better soldier? Goldclaw asked. No. I bound his magic to keep him alive. Dumbledore's hands clenched. The soul shard was growing. Feeding on his magic, his memories, his very self. If I hadn't suppressed his power, the shard would have consumed him within months. I was trying to buy time. Time for what? Time to find a solution. Time to research. Time to save him. And did you find a solution? Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. You never intended to save him, Goldclaw said. You intended to use him. To drain his magic, his life, to sustain the soul shard while you searched for a way to defeat Voldemort permanently. Harry Potter was never a child to you. He was a resource. A tool. A means to an end. That is not true. The evidence says otherwise. Goldclaw gestured again. The projection shifted, showing bank records, withdrawals from the Potter Trust accounts, signed by Dumbledore's own hand. You stole from him as well. Over 5 years, you withdrew more than 200,000 galleons from accounts meant for Harry's care. The money was transferred to shell accounts, to organizations you control, to. I used that money to fund the war effort, Dumbledore interrupted. To pay for research into the Soul Shard. To support the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix was disbanded in 1982, Goldclaw said. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. There was no war effort. The Death Eaters were still active. They were being rounded up by the Ministry. The war was over, Dumbledore. You kept the money because you wanted it. Because you felt entitled to it. Because you believed that the ends justified the means. The chamber erupted. Wizards and witches shouted over each other, some defending Dumbledore, others condemning him. Reporters' quills flew across parchment, capturing every word. Ragnarok slammed his staff against the floor. The sound echoed like thunder, and the chamber fell silent. The court has heard the opening statements, Ragnarok said. We will now hear from witnesses. The prosecution calls Harold James Potter. Harry's heart stopped. Asterisk, he can't call me. I'm 5. I'm just a kid. I can't, asterisk. Petunia squeezed his hand. Sirius put his hand on his shoulder. You don't have to do this, Sirius said. You can refuse. The goblins can't force you. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard was watching him with an expression that might have been regret or might have been calculation, Harry couldn't tell. I'll do it, Harry said. He walked to the center of the chamber, to a small chair that had been placed facing the bench. The chair was enchanted, he could feel it humming beneath him, ready to detect lies and amplify his voice. State your name for the record, Ragnarok said. Harold James Potter. But everyone calls me Harry. And how old are you, Harry? I'm 5. I just turned 5 on July 31st. The goblin judges exchanged glances. The youngest of them, still ancient by human standards, looked troubled. Harry, I need you to tell this court what happened to you, Ragnarok said gently. From the beginning. As best you can remember. Harry took a deep breath. He told them about the cupboard. About the hunger, the cold, the way Dudley hit him and Vernon screamed at him and Petunia looked through him like he wasn't there. He told them about the strange things that happened when he was scared or angry, the glass that disappeared at the zoo, the jumper that shrank in the wash, the feeling of something buzzing inside him that he couldn't control. He told them about the letter. About Grip Hook coming to Privet Drive. About the diagnostic ritual and the bindings and the way it felt. When they were removed, like ripping off a bandage that had been fused to his skin. He told them about the prophecy. About the soul shard in his scar. About Dumbledore's letter to his mother, the one that said I intend to make sure he reaches his full potential, whether you approve or not. When he finished, the chamber was silent. Not a whisper. Not a rustle of robes. Just the soft crackle of the enchanted torches and the distant drip of water somewhere in the caverns below. Thank you, Harry, Ragnarok said. You may step down. Harry walked back to his seat. Petunia pulled him into a hug, awkward and stiff, but warm. Sirius had tears streaming down his face. You were so brave, Sirius whispered. So brave. Harry didn't feel brave. He felt empty. Hollowed out. Like he'd given something away that he could never get back. But he had told the truth. And the truth, for the first time in his life, had been heard. The trial lasted 3 days. Witness after witness took the stand. Madam Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement testified about the irregularities in Dumbledore's guardianship claim. Griphook presented the financial records, the diagnostic results, the will of James and Lily Potter. Mistress Sharpnail described the soul shard in graphic detail, what it was, how it had been sustained, what would have happened if the bindings hadn't been removed. And then, on the third day, the defense called its final witness. Dumbledore himself. He walked to the stand slowly, his chains clinking, his eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance. The runes on the walls flared as he sat down, lie detectors, truth spells, every magical safeguard the goblins could devise. Albus Dumbledore, Goldclaw said, "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" "I do." "Then tell us, why did you do it? Why did you kidnap Harry Potter? Why did you bind his magic? Why did you steal from him?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. "Because I believed I was the only one who could save him," Dumbledore said. "I believed, foolishly, arrogantly, that I knew what was best. I believed that the ends justified the means. I believed that sacrificing one child's childhood was a small price to pay for the safety of the wizarding world." His voice broke. "I was wrong. I was so wrong. I have spent my entire life fighting darkness, Grindelwald, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, and in doing so, I became the very thing I swore to destroy. I became a manipulator. A tyrant. A man who saw children as tools and lives as statistics." He looked at his hands, old, spotted, trembling. "I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. All I can do is tell the truth, the whole truth, and accept whatever judgment this court sees fit to impose." Goldclaw nodded. "Then tell us about the prophecy. The one you hid in the Department of Mysteries. The one that started all of this." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Very well," he said. "The prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney in the Hog's Head Inn, during a job interview I was conducting. She fell into a trance and spoke these words." He recited the prophecy from memory. The words filled the chamber, heavy with destiny. Asterisk, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." Asterisk. The chamber was silent. "I heard the prophecy," Dumbledore continued, "and I knew immediately who it referred to. 2 boys had been born as the seventh month died, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. But Voldemort chose Harry. He marked him as his equal. He gave him the scar. And then you decided to raise Harry as a weapon." "No." Dumbledore shook his head. "I decided to protect him. To keep him safe until he was old enough to face Voldemort. But somewhere along the way, somewhere in the darkness of those years, I lost sight of the boy and saw only the prophecy. I stopped seeing Harry and started seeing a symbol. A tool. A means to an end." He turned to face the gallery, to face Harry directly. "I am sorry," Dumbledore said. "I know those words mean nothing after everything I've done. But I am sorry, Harry. I am sorry for the cupboard. I am sorry for the hunger. I am sorry for the bindings and the stolen magic and the soul shard I should have removed when I had the chance. I am sorry for failing you. For failing your parents. For failing everyone who trusted me." Harry stared at him. He wanted to feel something, anger, satisfaction, anything. But all he felt was tired. "I don't forgive you," Harry said. His voice carried through the chamber, amplified by the magic of the chair he no longer sat in. "Maybe someday I will. But not today. Today, I just want you to face the consequences of what you did." Dumbledore nodded. "That is fair. That is more than fair. The verdict came at sunset on the third day. Ragnarok stood before the bench, the scroll of judgment in his hands. The runes on the walls blazed with golden light, and the very stones of Gringotts seemed to hold their breath. On the charge of kidnapping Harold James Potter, Ragnarok intoned, "This court finds Albus Dumbledore guilty." The gallery erupted. Ragnarok slammed his staff, and silence returned. On the charge of magical suppression, this court finds Albus Dumbledore guilty. On the charge of financial fraud, this court finds Albus Dumbledore guilty. On the charge of obstruction of justice, guilty. On the charge of tampering with a legal will, guilty. On the charge of illegal placement of magical bindings on a minor, guilty. On the charge of conspiracy to commit treason against the Goblin nation. Ragnarok paused. This court finds Albus Dumbledore guilty. Dumbledore closed his eyes. His chains tightened around his wrists, and for a moment, he looked like nothing more than a very old, very tired man. "Albus Dumbledore," Ragnarok said, "you are sentenced to life imprisonment in the Gringotts detention facility, without possibility of parole. You are stripped of all titles, honors, and positions, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your wand shall be snapped. Your name shall be struck from the records of the Ministry of Magic." He unrolled the scroll further. "In addition, this court orders that all assets stolen from the Potter estate be returned, with interest, within 30 days. The Potter family will receive compensation for the damages done, financial, magical, and emotional. And Harry Potter shall be placed in the custody of his legally appointed guardian, Sirius Orion Black, pending his own trial for crimes he did not commit." The chamber exploded. Wizards and witches shouted, cheered, wept. Reporters ran for the doors, desperate to file their stories. The goblin judges filed out in silence, their faces unreadable. And Dumbledore sat in his chains, alone, as the guards came to take him away. Harry watched Dumbledore go. The old wizard paused at the door and looked back, not at the gallery, not at the judges, but at Harry. His eyes were wet. His lips moved, forming words that Harry couldn't hear. "I'm sorry." Then the door closed, and Dumbledore was gone. Sirius put his arm around Harry's shoulders. "It's over," he said. "It's finally over." Harry leaned into him, exhausted, empty, and strangely, sad. "No," he said. "It's not over. Dumbledore was just the beginning. Voldemort is still out there. The soul shard is still in my scar. And there are people who want to use me, just like Dumbledore did." He looked up at Sirius, his green eyes hard. "This isn't the end. It's the beginning." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a grim, determined smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Then we'll face it together," he said. "You and me. And Petunia, if she wants. And whoever else we can trust. We'll face it all." Harry nodded. Together. For the first time in his life, he wasn't alone. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Lordship Test. The morning after the trial, Harry woke to find a goblin standing at the foot of his bed. Not Griphook, and not any of the goblins he had come to recognize during his weeks at Gringotts. This goblin was ancient, older than Ragnarok, older than the stones of the bank itself. His skin was the color of weathered bronze, and his eyes were the white of bone, with no pupils at all. He wore robes of deep crimson, embroidered with gold thread in patterns that hurt to look at. Harry sat up slowly, clutching the blankets to his chest. "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of the bloodlines," the goblin said. His voice was dry as dust, thin as paper, but it carried the weight of centuries. "I have come to administer the Lordship Test." Lordship Test. The Potter family holds several lordships, titles that carry political power, magical authority, and legal privileges. These lordships have been dormant since your father's death, but they can be reactivated. If you pass the test. Harry's heart pounded. He had heard the goblins mention lordships before, the Potter lordship, the Black lordship, the Peverell lordship, but he hadn't paid much attention. He was 5 years old. What did lordships matter to a 5-year-old? Why would I want a lordship? He asked. The keeper's lipless mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. Power, child. Protection. A voice in the Wizengamot. The ability to command, to compel, to change. Your enemies have lordships. Your allies have lordships. If you want to survive, if you want to thrive, you need them too. Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the way the old wizard had controlled everything, the ministry, the press, the very narrative of Harry's life. Dumbledore had wielded power like a weapon, and Harry had been defenseless against it. I'll take the test, he said. The keeper led Harry through passages of Gringotts that he had never seen before. They walked for what felt like hours, descending deeper and deeper into the earth. The air grew thick and warm, heavy with the smell of old magic, not the clean, sharp magic of wands and spells, but something older. Wilder. The kind of magic that had existed before humans learned to shape it. Where are we going? Harry asked. To the Chamber of Ascension, the keeper replied. It is the oldest place in Gringotts, older than the bank, older than the Goblin Nation, older than the wizards who came to these shores. It was built by the first folk, the beings who walked the earth before humans learned to walk at all. What are the first folk? The keeper did not answer. The passage ended at a door made of something that looked like wood but wasn't. It was black, so black that it seemed to drink the light from the torches, and its surface was carved with images Harry didn't understand. He recognized some of the symbols, the stag and doe of the Potter crest, the 3 triangles of the Peverells, the constellation of the Black family, but others were alien, ancient, wrong. The door will open only for those who carry the blood of the ancient houses, the keeper said. Place your hand upon it. Harry reached out. His palm touched the black surface, and fire. He was standing in a field of stars. The sky stretched above him, infinite and dark, filled with constellations he had never seen. The ground beneath his feet was not ground at all, it was glass, smooth and cold, reflecting the stars above. He could see his own reflection staring back at him, small and frightened, surrounded by infinity. Harold James Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was not male or female, young or old, human or goblin. It was simply voice, pure and absolute. Step forward. Harry stepped. The stars shifted. Constellations moved, rearranging themselves into patterns that made sense to some part of him he hadn't known existed. He saw the stag and the doe, galloping across the sky. He saw the Grim, the great black dog of the Black family, howling at a moon that wasn't there. He saw the 3 triangles of the Peverells, spinning in an endless dance. You carry the blood of 3 ancient houses, the voice said. The House of Potter. The House of Black. The House of Peverell. Each house has its own test. Each test will demand something different from you. Are you prepared? Harry's throat was dry. Yes. The first test. The House of Potter. The stars blazed. Harry was standing in a forest. It was nighttime, or maybe it wasn't, the sky was hidden by a canopy of leaves so thick that no light could penetrate. The air was cold and damp, and he could hear things moving in the darkness around him. Things with too many legs and too many teeth. In his hand, a sword. Not the sword of the Potters, something smaller, simpler, a blade of plain steel. And in his other hand, a shield, painted with the Potter crest. The Potters have always been guardians, the voice said. Protectors of the innocent. Defenders of the weak. To claim the Potter lordship, you must prove that you have the heart of a guardian. The darkness moved. A creature emerged from the trees, a wolf, huge and gray, its eyes glowing gold. But it was not a wolf. Its body was wrong, twisted, its fur matted with something dark that might have been blood. And behind it, cowering against a tree, was a child. A girl, younger than Harry, with red hair that blazed like fire. Lily, Harry thought. Asterisk, that's Lily. That's my mother, asterisk. The creature lunged. Harry didn't think. He moved, ran. Toward the creature, sword raised, shield braced. The blade bit into the wolf thing's flank, and it howled, a sound that shook the leaves from the trees. It turned on him, teeth bared, and Harry raised his shield just in time to block the attack. The impact threw him to the ground. His sword skittered away into the darkness. The creature stood over him, jaws open, breath hot and rank. And the girl who looked like Lily, who had Lily's eyes, screamed. Harry reached out. He didn't have his sword. He didn't have his wand. He didn't have anything except his own 2 hands and the desperate, burning need to protect. His magic answered. Silver light exploded from his palms, slamming into the creature's chest. The wolf thing flew backward, crashing into a tree, and did not rise. The forest fell silent. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. But he walked to the girl and helped her up. "Are you okay?" he asked. She looked at him with those green eyes. "You passed," she said, and her voice was the voice of the stars. The forest dissolved. Harry was standing in a courtroom, not the goblin courtroom from the trial, but something older. Something darker. The walls were made of black stone, and the benches were filled with figures in hooded robes. At the front of the room, on a raised dais, sat a throne. And on the throne sat a man. He was handsome, dark-haired, gray-eyed, with a jaw that could have been carved from marble. But his eyes were cold, and his smile was cruel, and when he looked at Harry, the temperature in the room dropped by 20 degrees. "Welcome," the man said, "to the test of the House of Black." Harry's blood ran cold. He knew this man. Not from memory, he had never met him, but from the portraits in the Potter Manor, from Sirius's stories, from the nightmares that had haunted his sleep since the unbinding. "Orion Black," Harry whispered. Sirius's father. The man who had raised his children. In a house full of dark magic and darker secrets. Correct. Orion leaned forward, his gray eyes gleaming. The House of Black is not like the House of Potter. Potters are guardians. Potters are protectors. But Blacks. Blacks are survivors. We do what must be done. We make the hard choices. We sacrifice everything, everything for the sake of the family. He gestured, and the courtroom filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, Harry saw scenes playing out in the air, scenes from Black family history. A woman, Walburga Black, Sirius's mother, screaming curses at her son, disowning him, burning his name off the family tapestry. A man, Regulus Black, Sirius's brother, descending into a cave filled with inferi, a locket clutched in his hands, knowing he would never come out. A girl, Narcissa Black, before she married Lucius Malfoy, weeping as she watched her sister Bellatrix fall deeper into madness and darkness. "The Black family is cursed," Orion said. "Not by magic, by choice. We choose darkness because darkness is power. We choose cruelty because cruelty is strength. To claim the Black lordship, you must prove that you can make the hard choices. That you can sacrifice what needs to be sacrificed." The smoke coalesced into a single image. Sirius. He was standing in the Potter Manor's kitchen, laughing at something Petunia had said. He looked happy, happier than Harry had ever seen him, and the sight made Harry's chest ache. "Choose," Orion said. "The Black lordship, or Sirius Black's life." Harry stared at the image. At Sirius, laughing, alive, free. Both, he said. Orion's eyes narrowed. You cannot have both. The test demands a sacrifice. Then the test is wrong. I am the test. I am the embodiment of the Black family's legacy. And I am telling you, you must choose. Harry looked at the image again. He thought about the letters Sirius had written to his father. The way Sirius had held him after the trial, promising to protect him. The way Sirius had looked at him, with love, with hope, with a desperate need to make up for lost time. Sirius is my family, Harry said. The Black family might have cursed him, disowned him, burned his name off the tapestry. But he's still my family. And I will not sacrifice him. Not for power. Not for a lordship. Not for anything. The courtroom trembled. Orion's cold smile faltered. You would give up the Black lordship? Give up the power, the influence, the protection it offers? I would give up everything for the people I love, Harry said. That's not weakness. That's strength. And if the Black family can't see that, if you can't see that, then maybe the Black family doesn't deserve to survive. The walls cracked. The benches crumbled. The hooded figures dissolved into smoke, screaming as they vanished. And Orion Black, the cold, cruel, ancient spirit of the Black family, looked at Harry with something that might have been respect. You are not a Black, he said. But perhaps that is not a failing. He dissolved. And the stars returned. The third test was different. Harry stood in a room, a simple room, with white walls and white floors and a single white door. There were no windows, no furniture, no decoration. Just emptiness. This is the test of the House of Peveril, the voice said. The Peverils were not guardians like the Potters. They were not survivors like the Blacks. They were seekers. Seekers of truth. Seekers of power. Seekers of death. The white door opened. Beyond it, Harry saw 3 objects floating in a sea of darkness. The first was a wand, long and gnarled, made of wood so dark it was almost black. Power radiated from it in waves, and Harry felt his scar pulse in response. The Elder Wand, he thought. One of the Deathly Hallows. The second was a stone, smooth and black, with a crack running through its center. When Harry looked at it, he saw faces in the crack. Faces he recognized. James. Lily. Fleamont. Sirius. Asterisk the Resurrection. Stone, asterisk. The third was a cloak, familiar now, the cloak he had found in the Potter vault, the cloak that was tucked under his pillow in the manor even now. The cloak of invisibility. The Peverils were the original owners of the Hallows, the voice said. They did not seek the Hallows for power or for protection. They sought them because they were afraid. Afraid of death. Afraid of the unknown. Afraid of the end. Harry stepped into the darkness. The wand drifted toward him, and he felt its power, the power to defeat any opponent, to win any duel, to conquer any foe. It whispered to him, promising victory, promising safety, promising control. He pushed it away. The stone drifted toward him, and he felt its pull, the longing to see his parents again, to hear their voices, to hold them one last time. It whispered to him, promising comfort, promising closure, promising peace. He pushed it away. The cloak drifted toward him, and he took it. He had already claimed it, already made it his own. It did not whisper. It did not promise. It simply was. The cloak, the voice said. You choose the cloak. I choose the cloak, Harry said. Not because it's the most powerful. Not because it's the most useful. Because it belonged to my father. Because it belonged to my ancestors. Because it's mine. Death cannot be cheated, the voice said. The Elder Wand cannot defeat it. The resurrection stone cannot call it back. But the cloak, The cloak allows you to greet it as an old friend. To walk beside it without fear. To accept it as a natural part of life. I'm not afraid of death, Harry said. And he meant it. After everything he had been through, the cupboard, the bindings, the soul shard, the prophecy, death seemed almost like a relief. A rest. An end to the fighting. But he wasn't ready for it. Not yet. There was too much to do, too much to live for. I accept the Peveril lordship, Harry said. Not because I want power. Because I want to live. Because I want to protect the people I love. Because I want to make sure no one else has to suffer the way I did. The darkness shattered. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of the Chamber of Ascension, the keeper standing over him with an expression of profound surprise. You passed, the keeper said. All 3 tests. No one has passed all 3 tests in 700 years. Harry sat up slowly. His head ached. His body ached. But beneath the aches, he felt something new, something warm and golden and powerful, flowing through his veins like liquid sunlight. What happens now? He asked. Now, you claim your lordships. Now, you take your seat in the Wizengamot. Now, you become a force in the wizarding world, not just the boy who lived, but Lord Potterblack Peveril. The keeper helped him to his feet. But remember this, child, power is a tool. It can build or destroy. It can heal or harm. It can free or enslave. What you do with your power, that is what matters. That is what will define you. Harry nodded. He thought about Dumbledore, who had used power to manipulate and control. He thought about Voldemort, who had used power to terrorize and destroy. He thought about his parents, who had used power to protect and defend. He would be like his parents. He would use his power for good. The news of Harry's lordship spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. BoyWhoLived claims 3 lordships, the Daily Prophet declared. Potterblack Peveril, the most powerful child in magical Britain. Lord Potterblack Peveril, the Quibbler wrote, has become the youngest wizard in history to sit in the Wizengamot. What does this mean for the future of magical Britain? Dark times ahead, the Wizarding Gazette warned. A 5-year OLD with the power of 3 ancient houses. What could possibly go wrong? Harry ignored the papers. He sat in the library of Potter Manor, surrounded by books on wizarding law and political strategy. With Sirius beside him and Petunia hovering in the doorway. I don't understand half of this, Harry admitted. The Wizengamot. The voting blocks. The ancient bylaws. It's like learning a whole new language. You'll learn, Sirius said. You have time. The next Wizengamot session isn't for 3 months. 3 months isn't enough. It's enough to start. And you won't be alone. I'll be there. Petunia will be there. The goblins will be there. We'll figure it out together. Harry looked at the stack of books in front of him. Then he looked at the key, his mother's key, still tucked into his pocket. The key that opened something. Something important. Something his parents had hidden from Dumbledore. We need to find out what this opens, Harry said, holding up the key. The goblins don't know. The portraits don't know. The books don't know. It's a secret, a real secret, and I think it's the key to everything. Sirius's gray eyes gleamed. Then we'll find it. Together. Harry nodded. He had passed the lordship test. He had claimed his inheritance. He had taken the first steps toward becoming the wizard he was meant to be. But the journey was just beginning. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was waiting. End of chapter 10. Thank you.